And we are back live here on the Cowboys Report, into day 3, and no moves yet because a long snapper doesn't count for the Dallas Cowboys. Although plenty of buzz around AJ Dillon being the move for Dallas. We'll break this down in depth on today's show and have some more event sessions as needed. Here's what Ian Rappaport mentioning earlier this morning as the Packers have rebuilt their running back room. Free agent running back AJ Dillon has several options outside of Green Bay. Look at the Giants, Colts, and the Cowboys. Jane Slater says that interest is mutual. Also, tried to prop it up as like the Cowboys are cooking something. This isn't really cooking anything. Like, I got home late one night and I made some ramen for dinner. Like, I'm not cooking up a steak. Like, it's food. It's something. It is doing it, but it's not cooking up something nice, you know? Like, I got more on this. Like AJ Dillon, and this I'll say a line of this a lot. AJ Dillon, in and of itself, is fine. It's fine. Like, it is a move. AJ Dillon as like your 5th or 6th overall free agent signing on, day 3, day 4, whatever. Okay, it's fine. AJ Dillon as the move, the Cowboys are cooking. No. He was bad last year. I think in general, regression from every year in the NFL is not a particularly good sign. It's not a bad thing. Like, in and of itself, it's fine. It is something. But the issue is, let's say you pay him $2 million. You have your power back. You still have to add a running back. Like, you have to add somebody better than that. So, A.J. Dillon's value is not going to be very high because he got outplayed by Zeke Elliott last season. Now, Dillon's younger, and he does fit that power back role. In a bubble, sure, it's fine. But this can't be propped up as the Cowboys are cooking. It's not cooking. This is the bare minimum. You've got your power back. Great. Cool. It's fine. It's bargain bin in the end. Shopping for the vet minimums. But then you're gonna try to leak it out there of like, oh yeah, we're cooking. No. No. Like, it's just not how it works. It's just not how it works. Would you sign him? S for sign, P for pass. Like, I think Rico Dowdle, different players. Rico Dowdle was better than A.J. Dillon was last year. Less usage too, but it's just not how it works. Like, it's not. They can't sit up there and say we're making all these moves and like A.J. Dillon's the move. Really? Second round pick. He called them. That's why there's mutual interest. In the end, A.J. Dillon signs elsewhere. Who's upset about it? Once again, we're talking ourselves into, hey, this super cheap guy, he could be a nice starter for you. Instead of like, hey, this good player we paid great money to, it's worth it. I would love to do the latter there. I really would. First super chat of the day from Jason. Hey, Tom, did you have a ride yesterday? Also, Justin Simmons. So, we didn't leave for a few hours after live, so I was fine. Justin Simmons, I would anticipate, has a bigger market than what the Cowboys are willing to pay. Hate to say it. So back to A.J. Dillon, S for sign, P for pass. I think there's a lot of I'd sign him, but I need somebody else. And I agree. There's your power back. Cool. It's going to take you out of at that point. But at that point, you have to sign. You have to draft someone with some juice. You still need to spend a premium pick on a back. But you got other needs too, So if it was just A.J. Dillon, not enough. If this is A.J., if you're having Giants, Eagles, the Commanders got Austin Eckler. I think that's an overpay. I don't care about Austin Eckler. But they did 7 other things too. And they cap space to burn. I don't think A.J. Dillon is going to be expensive. I think he fits their price range because he wasn't good this past year. More super chats to come on today's show, but it is made possible by PrizePicks. PrizePicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. PrizePicks A has now brought in some of the NFL season-long projections, so you can go more than, less than on some catches, touchdowns, receiving yards, passing yards, etc. They've also got demons and goblins. Demons are harder to hit. The projection is higher. Goblins are easier to hit. Payout and projection is lower. Here's my Players Championship Thursday, which is getting going tomorrow. PrizePicks. I will make note, Scotty Scheffler's already up to 5, but I got him at 4.5. The benefits of being aggressive. More than there. Matthew Fitzpatrick, less than 4 birdies. Shane Lowry, more than 4 birdies. And Justin Thomas, more than 4.5. I did the flex play. The flex play means I only got to go 3 out of 4 to come out on top. It's prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. Links in the comment section and the description of today's show. It's prizepicks.com/CLNS. Pug Racer, then some trades going down, by the way, producer Chris, which I'm intrigued by. It says AJ is going to be too rich for our blood and sign elsewhere for cheap. I think he's going to get like $2 million, or maybe $3 million. It's not a lot of money. Again, I think the Zach Moss deal would have been perfect for this team. Like, they have to run out of shotgun. Zach Moss runs really well out of shotgun. So I guess that has to be less than that. And like AJ Dillon is not. Zach Moss had almost a yard per carry more than him. Jeez. Cam Hauser. Then we'll run through our super chat menu today. Sign Wagner, Reader, bring Gilly and Tyron back, maybe even sign Simmons. I'm feeling better, not great, but better out of what's left. I love that move. Now, I think DJ Reader is going to be a lion, unfortunately. But insert starting caliber linebacker. We'll go through that list. It's getting thin, by the way. You bring back your corner. You bring back your good left tackle. You can add a safety. You probably want to add another running back, but like, you filled your predominant needs, and now you're in a little bit of a better spot to go BPA in the draft. My concern is this team's going to leave like 3 of their top needs unfilled and be like, we're gonna fill it all in the draft. Like, it's not a good process. It's just not. Here is today's super chat menu. $10. The Drew Pearson mini helmet entry. It is signed. That will be run at the end of the month, so a long list of names already in on that. $50. You go into the Beer Bong Hall of Fame. We'll put your name and initial on the beer bong, and we'll do one out of it as well. Deal of the day is $20 for shots still. We've got, the bottle's still got some left. We'll have done far more. We've done more beer bongs than the Cowboys have signed players. Done a lot more shots, certainly, as well. $10, we are going to do the Venmo 50/50 raffle as well. So stay tuned for that one. $10 at What Going Downy will get you into the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Congrats to Geraldo yesterday for coming out on top. $10 to enter that on Venmo. Figure we'll be live until, 5-ish maybe today. So we'll good 4.5, 5-hour live stream today. For every 250 likes, we will do a beer cheers as well. We've got over 100 likes with 700 plus people watching live right now. So help us out. Like that video, and we'll have some fun and complain and vent as needed for what the Cowboys are doing or maybe not doing at this stage. A first-time super chat from Ethan G. $3, so 2 claps for Ethan. How would you feel if the Cowboys traded for Dameon Pierce? I'd be fine with it. I thought Pierce did not play very well last year. He was very good as a rookie and then kind of fell off in year 2. I think you could see a bounce back, though. And I think in the end, Houston's going to keep him because Joe Mixon is not an explosive player either. I would expect a rotation there. But there are other teams you could try calling about. You can call about the Bears. Will Herbert? Be a fun fit for you. I think you have the ability to explore other options and maybe send a day 3 pick for one of those backs and fill that need that way. Pug Racer, are the Texans the best team in the Lone Star? I like their trajectory a lot better. they're doing things. They have a really good quarterback who's young and cheap, so you're kind of double dipping from that perspective. Like, yeah, probably. They're at least better run right now. Crazy how things turn. They're better coached, too. From We Don't Wife, these 304s. You and Dan Cilio are my heroes. Happy to have you here again, Mr. We Don't Wife, these 304s. Just funny to me. Julian, a first-time super chat as well. So 2 claps for Julian. Thank you, my friend. And then one more from Chris B. And then we'll get to some other, well, the top free agents and stuff like that. AJ Dillon is the Cowboys cooking, LMAO. It's just not cooking. Like that being like they got something going. It's a 3.4 yard per carry back. Really? I just don't understand how that's the angle this team is going to try to push. Really? It's just not true. And AJ Dillon on its own, in a bubble, is fine. That works. I can live with that. But you need to have other things along with it. AJ Dillon as a move, okay, sure. You got the power back. AJ Dillon as the move, what are we doing out here? Zeke was better than AJ Dillon was this past year. Now, Dillon's younger, and he's shown some better stuff in previous years, and he's a bit banged up, so you can talk yourself into him being better in Dallas. But you're the move can't be a replacement level back. It's not what it can be. You're paying him replacement level money, but that is just not what it can be. So I do want to run through, shout out to my guy Matthew Peterson for building some of the top free agents available here. Calvin Ridley, I would anticipate him staying as a Jag. The Jags only have to trade a 3rd-round pick instead of a 2nd-round pick if they sign him after 4 p.m. today. Patriots are involved there too, worth monitoring. A couple guys I'm surprised over the lack of major market movements. Kendall Fuller, I think is top corner out there, worth monitoring. Tyron Smith. Again, I don't want to give false hope because we know how this team actually does things. The longer Tyron Smith goes without being signed, the greater my hope of maybe this market hasn't gone very well. Maybe there is a chance they are able to bring him back on a team-friendly-ish deal. Chase Young's market is not great. I think there's some concerns over there with, I'll call it football character of like doing what is asked to do, not going rogue. Eric Armstead has not formally been cut yet. The Niners announced they were going to. That'll be done probably 4 p.m. timing there. Justin Simmons is a free agent as well. I think the Titans and Eagles are teams to monitor for his status. Marquise Brown, I think he's a Chief. Keep an eye on that one. Maybe getting another day. Watch for DJ Reader and the Lions. He's going to visit them. Jonah Williams is a left tackle or right tackle. Curious what his market ends up going for. I mean, the tackle market's been very slow tackle market, so I'm curious how that all ends up playing out. Jadeveon Clowney is not going to be in the Cowboys' price range. I can see Carolina. They know they've linked to him as a potential option for Clowney there. But again, the market is not going in their direction. Cam Curl, I guess, is not going to be back in Washington. Tennessee stands out there. Kevin Zeitler is a veteran guard. He won't be overly expensive. Trent Brown, again, there's some like effort attitude stuff that ran into issues in New England and in Las Vegas. Issue there. Stephon Gilmore is a free agent. I'm going to yell at Pete for putting Devin White so high on this list. I don't want Devin White. Devin White can blitz, and I think he'd work well with Mike Zimmer in that standpoint, but he was pouting all year long in Tampa. He got benched in the playoff game. Like, I don't, you're kind of like fixing it with Devin White is not, trying to fix him is not what I want to do in free agency. And then it's kind of a thin group. Offensive line here. Andres Pete has done guard tackle stuff. Former early round pick, but he wasn't very good last year for the Saints. Lincoln Tomlinson was a nightmare last year for the Jets, but he could be a stopgap option. Julian Blackmon, one of your many safeties who are still out there. Mekhi Becton is a boom or bust player who I think is better on the left side, but we'll see where he goes. Again, the tackle market's been very stagnant so far. Xavier Howard, the Dolphins corner who is released, again, could maybe be a Stephon Gilmore replacement maybe for you. Connor Williams is maybe the best center out there unsigned at this stage. He's coming up torn ACL. What does that look like for him? Sheldon Rankins, defensive tackle, could be an affordable option maybe for you, but the DT market's been so wild. It just doesn't, it's so weird with the way things have gone from that perspective. Like, just, it overpays left and right from that perspective. Curtis Samuel is, maybe one of the top options out there at receiver. Again, it's a thin crop. Jerome Baker, I'd be down with that one at linebacker. Steven Nelson's a corner. Doubt they have much interest there. You're getting into the real bargain bin phase 2, wave 2 options on free agency. Got to start making some moves. Some more super chats coming in from Brian Harrison. First up here, $2. Cowboys should label Trent Sig a running back and call it a day. Be a pretty big running back, I'll tell you that much. Julian, how about trading for Javonte Williams? I'd be pretty shocked if Denver shopped him because their running backs right now are Javonte Williams, and they still might cut Samaje Perine, who was not great last year. And then it's Jaleel McLaughlin, who's like a rotation piece. Tyler Badie. Like, they need Javonte Williams. So I would not anticipate Denver trading away him. Jimmy Productions. How does AJ Dillon help? I'd rather stick with Rico Dowdle, Deuce Vaughn, and draft a running back. I think they want... I don't know if they want to bring back Rico Dowdle. Maybe what they could do is sign Dillon, bring back Dowdle for little to no guaranteed money, and then draft a more explosive back too to have everyone compete. But I don't know. It doesn't move the needle at all. It's like, okay, you have another power back option. It's great. If we get those trades on screen, is it either like a big L3 or something? That'd be great too. Or like the top L3 if that works. Okay. You have to get that set up there here during these super chats too. Pug Racer, reminder that Amari Cooper is younger and better than Calvin Ridley. He's not actually younger than Calvin Ridley, but he is also only like 6 months older than Calvin Ridley is, which is hilarious because Calvin Ridley entered the NFL draft like 3 years later or something ridiculous. They're basically the same age, and yes, he absolutely is better. Some trades have gone down we want to mention across the NFL. Morgan Moses is heading over to the New York Jets. That gives them a right tackle option as they look to kind of figure out what their plan is going to be along the offensive line as they rebuild with, in theory, Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. Non-zero chance he's RFK Jr.'s independent VP candidate, which is the most hilarious outcome I think I would have ever seen in football history. I kind of want to see it happen just for the chaos of it. But 4th-round pick swap and a 6th-round pick to the Ravens. So not a lot of value there. You're talking, I could probably do the math on it, actually. Let's do the math on it. Why not? Go to the old trade value chart, the new and improved one. So you're taking 112, which is worth 27. You're adding pick 218, which is a meager 3. And then you're going to go ahead and subtract 134, which, wait a minute, the Jets don't have that pick. The 135, I think, is what it actually is. I think that's a erroneous reporting. I think it's actually 135. I know that's what had been mentioned, but I'm looking at the draft order here. I think it's really 135, or maybe they're wrong. Who knows? So you're looking at the rough trade value of an early 5th-round pick. It's basically what Morgan Moses cost from that perspective. Let me double check that full order, see if it is 135 or not. 134, 135. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be 135. Everything else makes sense there, though. So Jets getting some offensive line help from that perspective as they try to go win now with Aaron Rodgers, assuming Aaron Rodgers is not the RFK VP candidate, which would be just absolutely hilarious. We are over 48, right? Yeah, 48 hours into NFL free agency. We're entering day 3 now. The Dallas Cowboys have signed Trent Sig. And that is it. So are you mad at the Jones boys? FJB in the comments section. I'm also going to formally move to spell boys with a Z going forward as a sign of disrespect. So are you mad at the Jones boys? FJB in the comment section right now. Spam it for me. Because I am just disappointed. And I am unhappy with them. You have to do something, guys. Even last year, they were re-signing their own players and trading for Stephon Gilmore at this time. They've done nothing. And it honestly seems like they just don't care. That bothers me. Why do we care more? And they're gonna try to hype it up as, hey, we're gonna have AJ Dillon as our splash move. Okay. That doesn't move the needle. We'll see if they get even the AJ deal done. It would be very funny to me for this team to kind of leak out we're cooking up AJ Dillon to, we didn't get him. Would just be ridiculous. So FJB for F the Jones boys in the comment section. See a lot of those in there. I'll give some shout outs here as well. Joey, Dory, KEU, CrossFit, Yusha, Jimmy, Christopher, Grant, Panda, Kevin, TKG, Christopher, Derek, Mighty Ants, Yusha, Matthew, Joe, Donald, Dino, Christopher, Joey, Alex, Venom's in there, or Alec, Venom is in there again, Tom, Clayton, Matthew, Dub, Bust, Ruben, Brandon, Heat Spoon, Roger, Kenya, Zachary, Dash, Ratio, Guadalupe, Brokov, another Tom, great name, my friend. Shamanica, Brian just says gas, which I'm not really sure what that one fully is there. Dub Nasty, Riz Knock as well. Likeable, Antoine. Jared says thanks for the Ravens update. We got to talk about something. So when other moves happen, we'll discuss it and tie into how maybe it impacts the Dallas Cowboys as well. And Christopher just typed in fart, which, hey, I appreciate that. Which reminds me of my daughter because she pooped last night and was adamant that no, she didn't. And I'm like, Olivia, I can smell it. And she's going, no, I did not poop. No. I'm like, yes, you did. I can smell it from here. No, I didn't. Like, are you lying? No, you're lying. What? FJB, Phil, Daniel, V Peaks. So a lot of FJB there for the Jones boys. We're getting some super chats here momentarily. Valentina says, proof of the Cowboys' official plan to tank. That's also my issue. Like, if this team is tanking, they're doing a bad job of it too. They are. All right, Jimmy Productions, a $20 super chat. Let's get these shots flowing in here. I could see the Cowboys trading back if we get picked over at left tackle or guard we want, or Jackson Powers-Johnson, and we draft Zach Frazier at 30 or 31, and I wouldn't mind it. He also followed it up with, we'd be pulling a Travis Frederick in the draft. I don't mind that plan either. You fix, I think you upgrade at center, maybe not necessarily day one, but in year one you do. Not too long from that. You address that particular need, and you get extra draft picks. I actually like that plan. If you can figure out some free agency moves too. Because what you can't do is enter the draft with needing a center, a tackle, a running back, a linebacker, and a corner, and other depth pieces. The math ain't mathin' on that front. But this plan, independent of free agency, I like, Jimmy. Cheers to you. Whew, appreciate that. Jimmy did say he'd be pulling a Travis Frederick in the draft. I agree. $10 from Marcus Arnold once again is into our signed Drew Pearson mini helmet giveaway. The Cowboys' entire season wrestle what they do at linebacker and offensive line. Those are the two spots let them down last year. I'm okay going the year with Dowdle, Davis, and a draft pick in the backfield. That's fine. You have to add somebody in free agency at those spots, though. Because I can't get a good linebacker and 2 offensive linemen and a good running back when I have 3 top 150 picks. Math just isn't mathing there. I'm fine with that being your running back plan. It's not great, but you can get a decent guy in the 3rd round. But you better go sign a linebacker soon. You better. Jimmy back again. Maybe the plan is to have a bad team and make Dak prove himself. He just had a second-team All-Pro season. So I don't know what the real goal of that would be. We know what Dak Prescott is. This is not like some 3rd-year pro. It's not some Daniel Jones situation. We know what Dak Prescott is. He's a top 10 quarterback who is not Mahomes. It's a good thing to have. You can look what these other teams are doing desperately trying to find a player near as good as Dak. If that's your plan, just blow it up now, Because we know that's not going to work. Because it hasn't worked so far. Might work somewhere else with a different roster around Dak or a better roster around Dak here and better coaching staff here. But, if the plan is just, we're going to run it back, it's not how any of this works. It's not a good plan. I can't put it past them because, we're into the day 3 of free agency and haven't done anything. So I can't put anything past them. But they got to figure they got to do something. They have money and roster spots here. And they haven't done anything with Gallup yet. It's just crazy as far as I'm concerned. They got to start doing some things and making moves here. It's just frustrating and disappointing with the way they've done there so far. But thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate that. Super chat. Get to another one here. Oh, go to this one. This is perfect. What are the Cowboys trying to do right now? What is their goal for 2024? Are they trying to win? Are they trying to rebuild? Or are you like me and I don't know what they're trying to do? W for win, R for rebuild, I for I don't know. Because whatever their plan is, it's not very good. If they're trying to win games now, they haven't done anything to win games. If they're trying to start a rebuild, they're not actually starting the rebuild. They're just kind of in the middle there. They're a 10-ish win team. So what's their plan? That's what bothers me. I am not asking for too much. Have a plan. If you want to win now, pay Dak, do that, great. You want to start the rebuild, then get with his agent and blow it up. It just doesn't make sense to try to have it both ways almost, where you're kind of trying to play it down the center. I don't know. I don't love that 2-bar one when there's a lot of assets, by the way, for the trade. Because there's a lot more pieces involved there for Morgan Moses. I think that works well for the Malik Collins one. Because there has been a trade, by the way, beyond the other one. Malik Collins, Cowboys legend, by the way, is going to San Francisco for a 7th round pick. So I think it's a late 7th round pick. As the Niners kind of overhauling that defensive line room kind of aggressively. And then Houston, of course, is actively doing things up front along their defensive line. I think they had him as a real part of their long-term plan. So I kind of interesting move there for the Niners. They're really overhauling that room. That D line's getting changed pretty drastically too beyond Bosa. Eric Armstead, I think pretty clearly is going to get cut in the next couple hours here. I don't know what they're trying to do in the end, and that's what bothers me. If you had a plan, okay, I can talk myself into your plan. Might not be the plan I do, but at least there is a plan. My concern is that they're just going to be like, let's not do anything different. Let's just see what happens. We're not going to commit to this year. We're not going to commit to next year. We're not going to commit to winning. We're not going to commit to losing. We're just going to try to be what we've been the last 28 years. I hate that idea. I hate that idea. We got to that Jimmy Production Super Chat there earlier. From We Don't Wife, these 304s. I hate my job. You and Dan Cilio are my heroes. Sorry to hate your job, my friend. I know that can't be fun. I think we've all had jobs that we hated. I worked at a water park one year, and it was just a disaster. It was just terrible. I hated it. From the Great Duke Bothers, this was back in high school. It's like Jerry's see how the Rangers built that World Series championship team? Let's do the exact opposite. No free agency at all in a crap draft. This team continues to want to make you think that they're like the Oakland Athletics. Oh, we don't have the money. Yes, you do. You're consistently, at best, average, in many other years below average, at spending money in free agency or spending money in general. It's very frustrating to me to see how that all goes down there. The Cowboys, by the way, late last night, and we'll run through some top position options out there still, they did miss out on Eric Kendricks. He has gone ahead and gone to the 49ers instead of going to the Cowboys. Only seen 1-year deal for him. I don't know what the money is. That normally means it's fairly cheap, and that would be a very disappointing outcome from that perspective. Did we lose some super chats there, Chris, or what's up? Okay, you want to pause Dropbox for a second? See if that helps slow things down? And quit anything else up YouTube or whatever there. Look, I agree. Like they don't want to make moves and be aggressive. And that's really annoying to me. To have them not be doing things at this stage. Let's just get to a weigh-in then of some type, just so there's something that we can talk about. We are about 3 hours away, by the way, from the start of actual NFL free agency. Like the legal start, whatever. And Cowboys have not done anything. Maybe they're just following the rules. It's kind of like, that's a great analogy from my guy Connor Livesay. This is what the Cowboys do is they're driving on the highway. The speed limit is 55. So they're going 55. But do you know those highways where like there's no traffic, it's somewhat in a downtown area, it's 3 lanes and it's 55. It really shouldn't be 55 miles an hour. It should be like 65, 70. That should be the speed limit. Like that's still safe. And the flow of traffic is going 65. So you're the one in the middle lane slowing things down. You should just and the cops don't monitor the area because they know the speed limit should be more than that. That's kind of what the Cowboys do. Like they're going the speed limit, they're following the salary cap rules, but like you can do more. It's fine. Everybody else does it. You're not going to get pulled over. The cops have bigger things that they're concerned about. They're not worried. They're not worried about that. From Dwayne Jackson, when a $5 super chat, when Jerry said going all in, did he mean all in with re-signing their players and wait for the draft? That is what he meant. And he even said we're going to be all in on other guys we haven't been before. He literally meant they were going to re-sign CeeDee Lamb and they were going to re-sign Micah Parsons. Like, that is what he meant. But you can't use words like all in and say, oh, it's not what I really meant. Like, the full quote, like, it was clear to me immediately. He's not being all in. It's not what he's talking about. But we know how social media works. You put the word all in. Oh, they're going to be aggressive. Today, it's don't give up hope. They're working on something. It's day 3. What do you mean don't give up? They're working on something. What? Come on. Do better. Do better, Cowboys. From Raekwon Smithers, a first-time super chat. So 2 claps for Raekwon. He didn't do it at all there, Chris. Chris is locked in. Chris is locked in trying to fix everything with some Google syncing issues. Once the Jones boys start losing money, they will start taking their fans seriously. We have to stop buying merch and going to games. My response here is going to be very disappointing, heartbreaking, frustrating. They don't have to. There's so many Cowboys fans. Every single person who is subscribed to the Cowboys Report could never go to a Cowboys game again. Never buy $1. Never do anything. every single one of us. And the end result, no impact. Somebody else will go. There's too many. The only way that happens is if the Cowboys become bad. And that's at the core what the Joneses don't want. They don't want to be bad. They want to avoid having those years where they win 5 games. Even that's why they don't want to actually rebuild, because they don't want to have a down year in ticket sales. That's the crux of it, and they do a great job of avoiding that, and not a good job of doing the thing that we really want, which is a championship. Today's show is made possible by PrizePicks. Go to PrizePicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for that first deposit match up to $100. Link will be in the comment section and the description of today's show. PrizePicks is daily fantasy made easy. You're picking 2 to 6 player stat projections, more than, less than, on NHL, NBA. They got NFL season-long PrizePicks projections in there now. PGA Tour, UFC, NBA coming through. Was this from Petey, or from Petey today? All right, Petey, let's see what you've cooked up here. Ooh, he's going with I can't read from that one. What's that first one there? Goblin, 3.14 points? Wait, 31.4? 3.14 points. That doesn't make any sense. That's a very strange one. That's a very low line. Oh, maybe it's the it's one of the freebie ones. It's the freebie one. I can't. My eyes are bad. I can't see quite that closely. This is something PrizePicks does frequently, of just having some fun. It was 18.5. It's 3.14 for Pi Day. It just clicked for me. I'm an idiot. So that one's the freebie. They also got Jalen Suggs, more than 7.5 points. And, he's attacking me personally. Less than Jamal Murray, 21.5 points. So a freebie, an easier one, and a less than for Jamal Murray. That's you do the power play on that one. Don't go the flex play there. PrizePicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. Links in the comment section and the description of today's show. Now, we are trying to continue to grow the other social platforms here. What Going Downey is my Twitter handle, 21.2K followers there. I will continue to be highly critical and post memes and negative things from that perspective, because I think it's pretty darn funny when it's all said and done. So go follow me over there. We have also launched a Cowboys Report Instagram at Cowboys Report IG. A lot of our shorts that we post will go up there as well. I just realized I never posted the AJ Dillon one there, so I might kind of do that now on the down low here while we're live, because I did do a short on YouTube on AJ Dillon this morning, and right after I dropped off Olivia, got in the car and just did that. So maybe I'll post that right now, and you can see it on Instagram at Cowboys Report IG. We are inside of 3 hours away from the real start of NFL free agency here, the technical start for NFL free agency. Some other moves that have happened, by the way. Anthony Jennings is going to re-sign with the New England Patriots. A center is off the market as well. Nick Harris has signed a 1-year, $2.51 million deal with the Seattle Seahawks. So that's going to be backup center option there. I think does not preclude them from potentially sniping, Jackson Powers Johnson in round 1. So that's one to certainly monitor from that perspective. I thought I heard something. Oh, maybe it was my laptop was playing. I didn't have the audio muted. So I'm like, what the hell is that? I heard something. Ignore me being crazy. The dangers of live shows, I suppose. Browns, I think that's the punter, which are punters people. Y for yes, N for no. Mac Hollins has headed over to the Buffalo Bills. I thought I saw the details of like 1 year, $3 million, something in that range. From that perspective. So the Bills getting kind of a receiver 3-ish who can do special team stuff. That's fine, for what he's making versus what Gabe Davis is making. And I feel like you probably feel decently about that one, all things considered. Remember to subscribe. You see that number jump throughout today's live show. Can we get to 186K soon? It'd be nice if we could get there in the next day or two. Jimmy Productions, $5. Thank you, Jimmy. I want to bring Gilmore back. Diggs and Bland are good, but I feel more confident with Gilmore back. I also want a linebacker in free agency. I agree. I would have liked another running back too. The defensive tackle market has really not gone a way you would like it to go. So I think you would prefer to not have to spend big money there. But the option's at DT, right? I think DJ Reader's going to get a bag. You know, Calais Campbell is going to be a mercenary. He probably wants at least $6-7 million based on what he got last year, what other guys got. Sheldon Rankins is unsigned. Armand Watts has ties to Mike Zimmer. I think that makes a lot of sense as a run-stopping defensive lineman. But that doesn't really move the needle for you either. Linebacker, by the way, is also getting a little bit thin right now. In fact, it's very thin. It's Terrell Dodson, who I think actually would be a solid signing, but it's not great. You know, Bobby Wagner's out there. Jerome Baker, he's still out there, unsigned at this time. Let me see if I can read off some other names that are technically out there in the market as well. But like, Aziz Al-Shaair got more than I thought he would get, and I wanted him anyway, is what it is. You know, Josie Jewell, Jordan Hicks, all kind of quickly, you know, went off the board in terms of the free agency options. This linebacker class is really, really, really thin, and it's just not great at this stage. Jimmy Productions, I want to bring. Oh, we got to that one earlier. Ratio. Maybe it's just me, but I'm just not that excited about AJ Dillon. 2 words: bargain bin. Damn cheap stakes running this team. It's just, yes. It's not an appealing group, you know? Like this is not a group that like goes, oh yeah, we're gonna make some splashy moves, right? We're gonna add this player. It is all bargain bin stuff, and that's not fun. You know, your running back market now is getting pretty thin. Your linebacker market, other names that I didn't put on there, Andre Campbell. I really don't want Devin White. You know, Denzel Perryman would be your thumper for you. Isaiah Simmons, Devin Bush, Devin White, other round 1 busts. Get Shaq Leonard this time. He wasn't even good in Philadelphia. God, this list is bad. I'm just trying to find somebody later on. I got nothing. Oren Burks was not good in San Francisco when he had to play. Like it's just not. You are in the bargain bin area. You have to do something at some point. Cam Hauser. Hey, Jerry, tell us you want to tank without telling us you want to tank. FA equals shit clown. They're not even doing a good job of tanking. Like, because you're not going to be able to tank with this roster. It's still a little bit too good. Like, your worst case, barring disastrous injuries, entire team quits on you, is like 8 wins. 7 wins. That's not tanking. That's being mediocre. Like, they're just not doing either thing. And that's what annoys me. Jimmy, this is the last if we can sign Prescott to extension? No. That doesn't actually end until like this time next year. Now, in terms of like using it to help your team, it does kind of limit your possibilities. Because like the reason why you wanted to have this done already, whether it's extension or just a simple restructure, which I'm going to rant about my homes and stuff, by the way, that's really in a minute, like, is to spend that money in free agency. Well, you haven't done anything. And the Cowboys have only done the bare minimum in terms of restructures as well to get under the cap. They have levers they can pull without even touching Dak to free up a bunch of salary cap space. They've chosen not to do so. And that's not the path I would go at all, but they have chosen to say, we don't want to pursue that path. You know, we don't want to go down that road. And they don't care about winning right now. From Jimmy again. I wouldn't mind Eric Armstead for the Cowboys, but I'm not getting my hopes up. I would not get my hopes up either. I would anticipate, I'm going to give Jimmy a couple entries here too, by the way. He's put in a bunch of supers today. I would anticipate him getting a lot more money elsewhere from a team like Tennessee or Detroit or Houston or something along those lines and not ending up in Dallas. I would love Eric Armstead. Be a great addition for the Cowboys. It's out of their self-imposed price range. A lot of these guys, I think, are still a little bit out of their self-imposed price range, which, by the way, is insanely frustrating to me. You know, that we are deep into free agency, and there are two teams who have not yet signed an outside free agent. It's Tampa and Dallas. Tampa, meanwhile, has paid Mike Evans and Baker Mayfield and franchise tagged Antoine Winfield and done moves that matter. Dallas has brought back the long snapper. Dwayne Jackson, I hope the Jones boys have a private Twitter account. Can you imagine the smoke they are getting if their Twitter account was public? Jerry has one, but he hasn't used it in like 5 years. Now, I think they have a burner, by the way. I do. I think they know not to tweet from the burner. We've also found like 3 Trent Baalke burners over the years. And he just keeps like defending him. It's like, dude, just log off. But I don't know if that's a very likely path that team ends up I don't think they're going to be actively online. They actually log off, unlike some other executives and coaches. And I remember the Hugh Jackson burner was hilarious. It was like Hugh Jack 23 or something. That like it was his favorite number that everyone knew about. It was like the most obvious burner ever. From Frank, chances of Simmons or Connor. Which Simmons and which Connor? I would assume this means Isaiah Simmons or Justin Simmons. In terms of Isaiah Simmons, he'll be pretty cheap, but he hasn't been very good. Would not get my hopes up for Justin Simmons. I think this is James Conner. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, as I have the list here, he's now corrected it. When I get the big full lists, there's always a mistake or two. James Conner is actually not a free agent. So my bad on day one. Knowing the Cowboys, they wouldn't have gotten him, would have gone somebody else. But the Cowboys have not always impacted the running back way that the room that they want to. It's not a great path in the end. So let's get to Adam Schefter's tweet here. He put this out the other night, that Mahomes will be restructuring his contract to get an additional $21.6 million worth of salary cap space to stand become the first and the three-peat, blah, blah, blah. This has been taken as Mahomes took a pay cut. This is not what a restructure is. And this tends to happen at least once a year, and it's often Schefter like, hey, we did this, and therefore we have adjusted it. And like it's somehow the player did not take less. Zach Martin did this. It wasn't a pay cut. This always happens. We're like, oh, he took less. Wow. No, he didn't. He's getting the same money. In fact, sometimes sooner. And that's what's frustrating. The Cowboys can do this today. They could do it in the next 2 minutes if they wanted to with several players who create salary cap space. And they haven't chosen to do so, excuse me. So will the Cowboys make any signings today? It's the pin poll again on today's video. Y for yes, N for no. Y for yes, N for no. I don't know, Chris. Do you think they finally do something today?
I would like to think that they do. I think, just the AJ Dillon stuff out there, that's probably where they go. It's not really a splashy thing, but it's very Stephen Jones of them to do. I'll put it that way.
Fair. I would like them to do something.
I thought originally when the news came out, that Joe Mixon was going to be cut, my mind went to Joe Mixon. I was like, he's Tony Pollard's replacement. I mean, they had virtually the same numbers. He had a couple more touchdowns, and it just seemed to be that kind of fit.
Yeah, and then the Texans traded for him. I was kind of surprised they did, by the way. I didn't think he was going to command $6 million. I really, really did not in the open market. And I wouldn't want to pay him that anyway. But, it's the Zach Moss one that bothers me. Yeah. Like, you would you rather pay $2 million for AJ Dillon, $4 million for Zach Moss? Give me Zach Moss. Or go do something that matters at a bigger, impactful position. Like, go sign a linebacker. Go do that. And it's not, go get an offensive lineman to help out. Go get a trench player. You have to do something. You can't just sit there with your hands on your lap going, twiddling your thumbs going, let's see who calls us. And that's what they're doing. They're waiting for players and agents to call them because they would rather win the deal for a worse player than lose the deal by $1 million and get a much better player. And that's very frustrating to me. Very frustrating. 70% say no, 30% say yes. It was 80% yesterday. So some more hope being given for Dallas from that perspective. So some more super chats here from Justin M. The Cowboys better be the best long snapping team in the league if they're not going to sign anyone else, and they're better off with me playing running back than Deuce. I do like the joke on the long snapper part. Deuce was also a 2-time All-American in college. Like, someone called him, he wouldn't start for a high school team. I'm like, a 2-time All-American in college. Might not be a good enough NFL player, sure, but we don't have to go that far in the other direction. Frank, I think we will re-sign Tyron and maybe Zeke. Tyron first. The longer he goes unsigned, the better the hope exists of Tyron Smith returning. Makes me hope that his market hasn't been what he thought it was going to be, and maybe he'll just come back to the Cowboys and take that team-friendly deal. Like, that's what I would hope. We shall see if that actually happens. As for Zeke, we'll tie this into AF Guy 79. Zeke outplayed AJ Dillon last year. Now, the argument here that you would make, I think it's a fair one to make, is, AJ Dillon at his workload and his age, you're talking about 25-year-old AJ Dillon. He turns 26 later in May. Zeke Elliott at his age turns 29 in July. And his production has fallen off pretty significantly. I do think Zeke was a better player last year than AJ Dillon. I think the age element and the projections for those guys can swing back in the favor of AJ Dillon. But I really, again, what is your plan? Why are you adding Ezekiel Elliott? We've been down that road. It's not that good. At least with AJ Dillon, there's some of the mystery box angle, Like, Zeke on a vet minimum isn't a bad deal in a bubble. If this team is going to, again, force feed Zeke Elliott, then that's a bad idea. And again, honestly, Rico Dowdle was better than both of those guys. They just didn't give him the opportunities. Injuries were a big factor there. Your biggest issue still remains your offensive line and ground scheme was bad last year. And that was a big reason for the drop-off in production. That was probably the biggest reason. Because, Elliott was gone, Pollard's numbers dropped off. Correlation, causation there. If it was just Zeke and you missed him, there wouldn't have been games where Pollard played well with Zeke in previous years, without Zeke previous years, than without Zeke in 2023. And it would have been more noticed later on in the season, not from day one. Chris B. Feels like a 9-8 season quarterback leaves disaster. That is the worst outcome. And this team is barreling towards that as we're okay with it. This is the worst spot to be in the NFL. Where you're not really a playoff team. You're not a contender. And you are sitting there with no franchise quarterback. You're going to re-sign Trey Lance, see what he can do. You're not going to be in draft range to get a real franchise guy. And you're just going to be kind of sitting there going, let's see what happens. It's It's not appealing to me. And that's why you need to have your plan. Because if you're barreling towards that and you don't want to resign the quarterback, then rip the Band-Aid off now. I don't want to be out there, to be quite transparent. I don't want to be out there looking for a quarterback. I see how that goes. I've seen the Commanders. I've seen the Giants. I've seen the Bears. I've seen the Browns to an extent. I've seen all of these teams, Denver really, try to find that quarterback and continuously miss. Because frankly, even with a good draft pick, it's about a 30% chance of hitting on it. And this team wanted to go trade for Paxton Lynch. The upside's the upside. It could be anything. It could be a boat. You could find the next Josh Allen. Great. Mahomes, whatever. Probably not Mahomes, but you could find the next Justin Herbert. Or you can draft Paxton Lynch and Zach Wilson and Trey Lance in 3 drafts over the course of 12 years, and now you've wasted a decade and a half, and you're not even being a playoff team. That's scary. I don't want to be there. Jeez. Chris B, I agree. And Uncle Shay's Burner. How do you feel about Blake Corum in round 2? Not in round 2. Round 3, sure. But I don't trust Corum from a passing option perspective. He's a good player. I think there are a couple better backs I'd rather have in round 2. And I think there's a chance he gets to you in the 3rd round. And I think the sweet spot in backs this year is probably going to be in that 3rd round range. And I think you can find there's not as much of a drop. There's no round 1 guy this year. But there's not as much of a drop-off when you go from that 1st round guy to the 2nd round guy and the 3rd round guy. You can find a good player mid to late day 2 and not take one in the 2nd round. And I think if you are, it's I wouldn't mind Trey Benson there. If John Brooks was healthy, I wouldn't mind him there either. But I don't want Corum in the 2nd. 3rd round, I am down. $5 here from Justin. Feels like we're going to be mediocre, and next one's going to be a complete disaster. The Dak situation is going to end badly. I think you need to make your decision now. Because if you don't get this done, frankly, in the next 3 days, here's what ends up happening. You don't extend Dak right now, and you take the big cap hit or you push it off into the future, whatever. You still got a big cap number next year you got to deal with. And let's say you do get it done in August, but you didn't make your team better this year. So what was the benefit? Why would that be the route you would go? That doesn't do anything for you. If you want to go with the path of not paying him, then do it now. Because your solutions are, let's say you don't pay Dak this offseason. You say we're going to do it next year because you think that's better for you, even though it's not. Option A, Dak will go to the open market. There is, outside of you paying him the market rate then, he will go to the open market. You will take a dead cap hit figure. Because this has never happened. Seriously. Tell me the last time, in theory healthy, a quarterback of that age and those results hit the open market. Kirk Cousins hit the open market when he wasn't as proven, or he was older coming off an injury. Tom Brady at the twilight of his career, we saw how much he was worth on the open market. Peyton Manning was coming off a serious neck injury that people wondering if he's going to play again. So that level of player, even just a top 10 quarterback, those guys never hit the open market. Todd France would love to get him there. So you are either paying high-end, the top of the top market value, Amari Cooper style, Dak took a little bit less to re-sign, was still super expensive, or you lose him for a future 3rd round pick, and you have no quarterback, a pick in the early 20s, and now what do? And now you are rebuilding, but now you're a year delayed in that rebuild process. The lack of a decision would put the Cowboys in a very bad spot. That's why I want to make a decision now. I don't think that's actually asking for too much. Today's show is made possible by PrizePicks. You can see some demons and goblins on there. Demons are harder to hit. The projection is higher. If you hit it, you get a bigger payout. Goblins are easier to hit. It's a lower projection, lower payout as well. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. That link is going to be in the comment section and the description of today's show. PrizePicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS. Some baseball season-long prize picks here. Dallas Garcia, more than 32.5 home runs. Trey Turner, more than 27.5 stolen bases. Juan Soto, more than home runs. Basically, I like the more than on season-long prize picks because the injury risk is factored in. So as long as they stay healthy, the more than normally ends up hitting. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for that first deposit match up to $100. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. Ecuador, man, I survived 5-11. This here is hell playoff exits. I guess agree to disagree. I think if we're mad about being a playoff team, which we should be mad about, I don't know how this, I don't know. I haven't seen it in the live chat. I haven't seen it before, like how this team would handle a 5-11 team that wasn't just like riddled by injuries. I don't know if they could handle it. I also don't trust this front office to make the moves right in the draft and free agency to build it back up again. Draft, sure. I don't trust them at quarterback. They got lucky twice now. They've missed on a lot of them. Stands out. Lance Dunbar's burner. Can a team sign a player to a deferred contract like in MLB? Simmons to, a 4-year, $150 million deal with million deferred? No, it's not. You can do void years and stuff, but the deferred contract stuff isn't a thing in the NFL. By the way, looking at the actual numbers for Tony Pollard, 3 years, 21.75 for Tony Pollard is the actual figure. 10.4 million guaranteed. I'm just going to repost that one on Twitter there. Ratio says Isaac Arundo could be a sleeper in the draft. That's the Louisville back, and yeah, I think so. Tested off the charts athletically. And when you see those things of like, no one was talking about him this year, entering the combine of like, wow, this is going to be an early round pick. Like, look at this guy. He's going to be a top 100 pick, whatever. It's Wisconsin to Louisville transfer, by the way. 1 year of more than 400 yards on the ground. He was solid for Louisville this year, by the way. But that's like, why weren't you producing? And maybe the answer was he was stuck behind Braylon Allen, and it's that simple. But I do think sleeper upside there with as great as he tested is very, very good to note there. All right, every 250 likes, we owe a beer. Cheers. I owe one. We're at 332 right now. So hit that like button if you haven't already done so. By the way, we are doing the Venmo 50/50 raffle today. $10 to enter at What Going Downey. So far, we have no entries. So it is up to you guys. If someone walks away with more money than was given to an outside free agent the first 2 days of NFL free agency, $10 at What Going Downey to get in on that front there. I'm going to crack this one open. That's weird. With that, the hole wasn't punched through. No wonder I couldn't grab it. It's weird. They made a mistake. Cheers. Very, very sugary. It's like very sweet. Let's call it that. That's not sugar in there. But hit that like button if you at least appreciate us ranting and raving and complaining. Joey, what if you don't like what's happening right now? Like it for me and not for them. The Cowboys don't get anything from what we do. So you watch the watch party instead of the game, they don't get the audience boost. This counts as the one that's on our screen. Pug Racer. Dak is the best we can realistically get. Other teams would be grateful to have him. Ownership is incompetent and it's painful. All in my ass. I like the tweets that had cropped out the comma in Skip's tweet and just said all on my ass. It was really funny. I think figure out what you want to do, right? If Dak was a free agent right now, there would be a long line of teams like, oh, let's go get him. Minnesota, Denver would. Sean Payton loves Dak. Denver would want him. The Falcons would have gone for Dak over Kirk Cousins pretty easily. If the Saints had money, they probably would have tried to pursue that route there. Like you could see a team like the Patriots being like, let's go with Dak and draft Marvin Harrison Jr. Producer Chris loves that idea too. Like he's not. I don't think he's a real top 5 quarterback. I know he was a top 5 one this year, second team All Pro. I don't think if you're really ranking the quarterbacks, you're going to put him in the top 5, but he is top 10. So that's valuable. That's tough to find. The downside of moving on from that is, look, you get the upside is you reset, maybe you get a better quarterback somehow. The downside is you become the Jets, who are searching and searching and searching, the Commanders. And the reason why other GMs would love that, it gives them job security. You win 12 games and are a playoff team, you're not getting fired in other organizations. Even Dallas kept Mike this year, as pissed as we were, understandably so. That's job security elsewhere. So it's also, again, it's telling. It's always something different every year. First year against the Niners, or second year against the Niners, Dak did not play well. First year, there was no ground game, drops. Dak didn't play well either. Packers, it was the defense. Seahawks, they won. Bucks, they won. Rams, the run game couldn't stop a nosebleed. This year against Green Bay, it was everything. The offense started slowly, and the defense was even worse somehow. It's always something, and the Jones boys will always find a way to prop it up against somebody other than themselves. Even though it's them. It's them. And that's very disappointing to see it happen over and over again. So, is what it is. I can't change ownership as much as I might like to. I cannot change that from happening. So earlier today, you had the report from James that the Cowboys are working on something. Don't lose hope. Certainly sounds like that was actually just they were working on AJ Dillon, which insane. So let's have some fun as much as we can here. Wrong answers only. What are the Cowboys working on right now? What are they working on right now? Wrong answers only here. I think we should have some fun ones. My favorite wrong answer was getting better. There's a lot of those on Twitter. Firing Mike McCarthy. Justin Simmons. Atan. Trades. Rex Burkhead. Bring in Earl Thomas. Donald Trump at center. A losing record. T. Higgins. Bringing back Kelvin Joseph. That'd be pretty damn funny. Yeah, they were so far out on Kelvin Joseph when it was all said and done. It was pretty damn funny. By the way, technically speaking, I don't know if he actually. I don't think he actually got one because he signed a futures deal with the Chiefs during their playoff run. I don't think he actually got a ring with them because he wasn't technically a team member. He's gonna be a team member. So. A trip to the Bahamas. Update on that front. The yacht was in the Bahamas. I believe that was actually for a bachelorette party for soon-to-be family member of the Joneses. I think it's Shy Jr.'s fiance was having it there. However, you know where Stephen Jones was to start free agency? It was down at Austin at South by Southwest. Come on. So again, FJB in the comments section for the Jones boys. They were out there enjoying their time at South by Southwest. Instead of, working the phones to get some free agents in here. Just a disaster. Let's see what else we got here. Their 2025 big board. Bringing Larry Allen out of retirement. Bringing Romo back. The KFC secret recipe. Justin Simmons. Sinking the yacht. Trying to win a Super Bowl, being all in. That's pretty funny. Romo as head coach. Vacation planning. selling the team, fire sale, selling you cars, drafting a penalty boy. There you go. Proving Cowboys fans are gullible. Trading Micah. My last nerve. I saw that one a few times too. They're working on your last nerve. Hiring Jason Witten. God, they might do that. Drewski at left tackle. By the way, does he actually do anything beyond commercials anymore? Like, that's kind of all he does, I feel like. You might know more than me here. Like, but does he actually do anything else?
He does a bunch of YouTube content and stuff. I really don't. He used to do this thing. It was like a fake American Idol thing, or maybe America's Got Talent is a better thing for it. But he would just get people in there that would I don't know. It was all like a parody.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what he does. He tries to do stuff with rappers and stuff.
Like, he's funny, but I think it's only commercials now.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe I'm just not in the right sphere there. Cheerleaders, offensive linemen, the analytics team. Well, they have one now. I think the analytics team is why they wanted Zach Moss. Zach Moss is an analytics darling. All the numbers pop up great for him from an analytical perspective. The rushing yards over expectation stuff. Acing the draft. I kind of hope you're right, though. Paying legal payoffs. Going to Cancun. Hosting a Super Bowl. Upgrading Rowdy. AJ Dillon from Green Bay. I think that they're actually working on that one. Signing Zion Williamson to play center. Sinking the yacht. Cat Williams at running back. By the way, I don't think he ran sub 5. We watched his form, right?
There's
no way. Yeah. I think it was clearly a hand time. Just a bad hand time. It's like 5.5 is what he was doing. He's out there just scooting his feet along. He's faster than most people, no doubt, but it was not sub 5. LeBron at wide receiver, Zeke at center, trading Stephen Jones for a 4th rounder. I will give them a 4th rounder. Realizing free agency started on Monday instead of Wednesday. Looking like a Randall and McFadden type year. I think you're right, Caesar. Because time's a freaking flat circle, you know? Making Tom general manager. Please do it. Please do it. Putting me at running back and putting Snoop Dogg at running back. I will die in that process. Trading Zach Martin for a 4th. See, that's the thing. If you were rebuilding, that's what you should be doing. Then you can probably get more than a 4th. But if you're trying to win not this year and not really 2025 but 2026, then why are guys like Zach Martin and Tank Lawrence on this team? I love those players. They're great players. They don't fit your timeline. So start the rebuild now, but they don't want to rebuild now. That's the issue. Trading Dak for Willie Nelson. It's funny. Re-signing Ronald Jones, scouting Michigan players. Victor Wembanyama at wide receiver. Where would you play Wemby? Probably have to be wide receiver, right? Because I feel like I'm worried enough about him staying healthy because he's so skinny, but because he probably just got to be red zone target, right? Just send him downfield. Hope that they don't snap his knees off.
He'd be an elite jump ball guy.
He would be. I mean, he doesn't even need to jump. It's just go stand out there. Boop.
Would be out there somewhere.
I am worried about him breaking day 1, Brian. I agree. Colony on Mars, hiring Jimmy Johnson. Bossman Fat's new demo. By the way, I don't think he's good. I don't think Bossman Fat's a good rapper. I think I just think it's bad, frankly.
I haven't heard any of his stuff.
I just never cared for it. There's much stick to your day job there, Bossman Fat. I just didn't think it was good. Compared to Dame Lillard and his raps, not even in the same ballpark. And Dame's just solid. I think Bossman's just bad, Corn-fed 69 just got in. Did Dallas get off their butts yet? Nope. They're cooking up, maybe getting AJ Dillon. Okay. From Seth, make Post Malone owner, Tom GM, or win a Super Bowl. I love it, Seth. Post Malone cares about this team. Keep it in the family since his dad used to work for the Cowboys. I'm in. I love it. By the way, news, Kyle Juszczyk has restructured his contract. This one might be a bit of a pay cut. We'll see. Not totally sure on that front. I think it is an adjusted deal and not just a restructure. But we'll see the exact details on that front there. Caden, according to Adam Schefter, we're acquiring LeBron James to play linebacker in exchange for Chuma Edoga. I would like to put LeBron at tight end. By the way, LeBron was a very good Ohio high school football player. Let me see if I can pull up his stats here. I think he was second team All-State. What was it? First team All-State at St. Vincent St. Mary's. He caught 103 passes for 2,605 yards and 23 touchdowns before he's like, I'm just going to focus on basketball. Now, look, St. Vincent St. Mary not playing the best competition in Ohio, but, he was a really good football player too. Like LeBron is one of those like specialty athletes that if he had picked any sport, with enough time to learn it growing up as a kid, I think he would have been among the best to do it at that spot. Like basketball, obviously. Football, I think he would have been a special receiver in like that Megatron range, frankly. I think if you had taught him how to play hockey, he would have been a great, defensive lineman or D lineman, or whatever it's called properly. The defenseman, there it is. I'm thinking first line, second line stuff there. Did hockey for 4 years. What am I doing? Soccer player, he would have been special. Like, I goalie or a striker. I think we're good there. So, I think anyone would have been awesome. Pug Racer. JJ going to say some dumb crap like we draft and develop. We know what they are going to say. They're going to say we build through the draft. They'll eventually re-sign a player or two of their own. And they will say we had the Dak and Lamb and Micah deals coming up and we couldn't spend money. And we only had so much pie. When what the Cowboys have done this offseason is they have baked a tiny pie and said, this is what we have for you. And then you try to look behind them and they just kind of like block your vision. Let's look behind you. Look behind them. And there's enough ingredients for a second pie. And it's like, what do you mean? You have all the fillings and the crust and the flour you need there. Why didn't you bake that pie? We have to save that pie. For what? Well, next year. We might need it next season. Next week. You're going to the store again on Friday, though, right? Yes. So why don't you just buy more ingredients? Well, we only have so much. That's not how it works. That's not how other teams do it when they are trying to win games. Chris B. This reminds me of the 90s JJ at camp. I would hope it would remind us of the 90s and the early 90s. Wouldn't that be nice? All right, so name a player who is out there who you guys would like to go sign. Of note, Jordan Whitehead is back in Tampa. He is getting a 2-year, $9 million deal. I think this is up to 10.5. Yeah, $9 million up to $10.5 million there for Jordan Whitehead. So the Dallas Cowboys are the only team to not sign an outside free agent. Let me fire off that tweet. They are now the only team to not sign an outside free agent if my laptop decides to type stuff in.
Couple shout outs here. Name a player you want to sign right now. Grant's saying Bobby Wagner. I see a couple Bobby Wagners in there. Tyron Smith.
They did it again,
Devontae
baby.
David, Jonathan Taylor. I don't think.
Everyone else has made moves except for the Dallas Cowboys. Everybody else.
The team with the most money in the league.
Most cash. Let's see. I've got Eric Armstead. I would Ecuador, man. I'd go nuts for Eric Armstead. That would be their biggest free agency signing in like 15 years. Let that sink in. D edits. I actually wouldn't mind gambling on J.K. Dobbins, frankly. I have no idea what he's going to be, but I think the upside of Dobbins actually staying healthy for once is much higher than like, a replacement level back that you can sign for $2 million. I think that'd be fun for me. Be different. Devin White, I kind of don't want Devin White. But I'm also at the point where, like, how much can I actually complain? You're kind of getting into that territory. And that's what they want. That's what they want. That's what they want. Oren Burks. He's not. I don't think he's good either. David Bakhtiari. I don't know how healthy he is. And that's kind of my main concern there. AI Deion Sanders. That's I think Sports Pod is right. That's just Leon Sandcastle. Bobby Wagner. Steph Curry. Me. Why are you guys trying to kill me? I will die behind that offensive line. Or I'll die playing football, period. I am not built enough to handle it. Rico Gathers. Tyrone Smoochie Wallace. I think that's what it was. That's what it was. He's got Tyrell Smoochie Wilkins. I think it was Wallace, but I don't know. Jonah Williams. Taco Charlton. The ghost of Sean Lee. Robert F. Kennedy and Aaron Rodgers. You know how funny that'd be? I genuinely want to see it happen. Because I would love to see it. I think it'd be hilarious. Devin Bush. He's not very good, but it's something. It's trying. Jeff, we are already out of the serious answers. We are in Jeff Heath, Ryan Gosling, Daryl Worley, Joseph Stalin, Danny DeVito, Baby Olivia, Kelvin Joseph, Andre Iguodala. I want Iguodala. Chaz Green, Brandon Whedon. This is not supposed to be wrong answers only. But we can make it. Genghis Khan. Joseph Randall. There's some meat on that bone, baby. Emmitt Smith. Orlando Brown, of course, is a Bengal. King Kong. That's gonna fix your offensive line. Now you probably can't throw left. You can only run behind him. Luka Doncic, EJ Smith. I'll save it for later. There is a 100% chance I will send out the Cowboys mock draft tweet with who says no caption, and it's Shadur Sanders in round 1 and EJ Smith in round 2. And that's it. There are people who literally thought that John Stevens Jones was the Cowboys' plan at quarterback when he was at Arkansas, even though he couldn't even play. He's also out of football already here. Bobby Boucher, Lance Lenore, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, Mike Tyson, Alexander the Great. Hey, that man can lead. Now,
a leader of men.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. You better win quick, because he's gonna get canceled. But
stabbed in the back, if you will.
It was Caesar.
Ah, dang.
Close. I don't know if it was the back. It was kind of more in the front, but it was close there. Close. I forget how Alexander the Great died. I don't know. The Juice reminds me of I was in a college literature class, and there was the part of one of the lines in the book. I don't remember what book we were reading, but it was like they were talking about O.J. Simpson, and like the line was that nobody could catch him, and we were going through it, and the professor asked, "Does anyone get that joke?" And I go, "Oh yeah, I do." And the rest of the class was like, "Huh?" Like, because he murdered 2 people and got away with it.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. I know. Allegedly, Jerry Jones has an illegitimate child. Allegedly.
Got to cover our bases
And like,
here.
I realized I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I'm a sports guy, and none of these other people in this class are sports people. Nobody else got the joke but me. It's a great joke.
That Jeopardy clip.
Oh, it's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
It was the Jeopardy clip of like, just every easy sports question. I'm like, it's this. And then they're up there with like atomic table. I'm like, I got nothing for you. Anyway, some super chats here from Wendy, $1, first time. Thank you, Wendy. 2 claps for you. From Sam. Since the Cowboys aren't making my day, who you got? Joe Biden or Donald Trump in a fight? It's got to be Trump, right? Plus, Trump's gonna fight dirty. Like Trump's got that. It has got the brass knuckles stashed away, ready to go. All right. Dark Brandon ain't gonna win that fight either.
You go down fast and hard.
Trump gonna win that fight. I mean, come on. Back to a player you want to sign. I got Travis Scott, Troy Aikman. Actual answer to Jadeveon Clowney. Bill Nye, the science guy. Alita, I love this channel. I don't know why I'm tuning in. This is infuriating. I don't know. Well, honestly, we're here to talk through it together. This is therapy season. That's what this is.
You get it twice a year here at the Cowboys Report.
You get it a lot of times a year. Therapy sessions are often done on Monday after a loss, too. Some serious names I just saw come in. Connor Williams from Ecuador, man. Oh, how the turntables. I actually would do it. I don't know what the cost would be, and I'd be anxious about the ACL tear, but we're already in the bargain bin shopping stage, so I got to operate with my options available to me. He was great last year for the Miami Dolphins. He could play guard or center for you. J.K. Dobbins, let's do it. The upside exists. He might do nothing for you. I would still operate like he's not going to do anything for you, but it does stand out. Tyron Smith, I would be down. Colt McCoy, no. Charles Haley, now we're talking. Josh Giddey. There's an age joke there I could make. Did you follow the Josh Giddey stuff? Yeah. Kind of feel like that one happened. But allegedly. Chase Young, he might be cheap enough for you. I wouldn't mind, I would like to sign the new Dante Fowler. 1 year, $2 or $3 million. I think that guy exists out there. I just don't know who it is yet. Marcus Arnold, fun fact, Julius Caesar was killed 2,068 years ago this Friday. Any trade rumors out there concerning the Cowboys? The Ides of March, right? March 15th, I believe it is. I don't know. Trade rumors, no. At least none that I've heard. And not the ridiculous Justin Jefferson to the Bengals per friend of a friend who works with Joe Burrow's girlfriend at Kroger. Real story, by the way. A real claim that Joe Burrow's girlfriend was telling people at Kroger that it was going to be 2 firsts and T. Higgins for Justin Jefferson in a trade. She does work at Kroger. There ain't no way that Joe Burrow's girlfriend knows everything and is leaking all the information out there. So I did ask people I know at Kroger too, hey, go stop by our office, and they wouldn't do it. Trade rumors, no. I'd call a Khalil Herbert. You missed out on your running back market. Bears are now going to make one of Roshan Johnson, Khalil Herbert, RB3. Those guys are solid. I would go down that path. I'd call them. I have a nice shiny 5th round pick for you. Who says no? Grant Rainwater, Clowney/Wagner combo would be good. Yeah, I think Wagner's fine. He's what you need. Stop the run. He's intelligent. He'll be in the right spot. He can still blitz a little bit. He stays pretty healthy. He didn't miss many snaps this year. I think Clowney will probably price himself out. He had a big-time bounce-back year with the Ravens after I thought he might have burned bridges forever with the way he handled his Browns exit. But kind of rehabbed that stock there pretty impressively. But I think, he probably wants 1 year, $9 million somewhere. And that's double what the Cowboys want to pay. From Caden, will Steven grow some balls when Jerry goes? No. Uh, you were muted for that, weren't you? Unmute yourself and say it. Unmute yourself and say it.
He's the one that took Jerry's away.
Yeah. Steven's running the show, guys. This is his vision. Now it's a blind man's vision, but it's his vision, and that's very, very troubling, like long term, for at least for me, and I think for so many of you out there. Today's show is made possible by PrizePicks. Go to PrizePicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. PrizePicks is daily fantasy made easy. You're picking 2 to 6 player stat projections, more than or less than, and watching that money flow in. If you're making your picks correctly there, NBA, season-long NFL prize picks are back as well. Passing yards, touchdowns, rushing yards, rushing TDs, etc. I like the flex play. The flex play is it's a lower payout, but if you get one wrong, you're okay. And I'm great about getting one wrong and getting the other 3 right. So with that in mind, my Players Championship prize pick selections here. I got Scotty Scheffler more than 4.5. Matthew Fitzpatrick more than 4. Shane Lowry more than 4. Or sorry, Fitzpatrick less than 4. He's not been playing good golf lately. Lowry more than 4. Feeling Justin Thomas kind of gets back on the right track after a top 12 finish last week, or tie for 12 finish last week. More than 4.5. Go to PrizePicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. Jonathan Vico, the Jones family has done a great job of convincing the fan base of blaming Dak since 2018, 2019. He's the reason they don't spend. And then they'll blame the Micah deal, which they've been like blaming for like a year now. Like, oh, they've got to do that. The CeeDee Lamb deal. Oh, we got to prep for the Lamb deal, you know? When they also didn't spend when they had Dak super cheap. It's like, it's an excuse, not a reason in the end. From Jonathan, appreciate that $5 super chat, my friend. From Tiger, I'd sign Medusa as a running back, but is Devin White available? Devin White is available, and I frankly don't want him. Devin White is not the guy you remember from that playoff run in Tampa a few years ago. He got benched by the Bucs during this playoff run. Like, they were playing KJ Britt over him. Devin White wanted $20 million a year. He wanted to be one of the highest paid linebackers. Tampa said, no, we're not doing that. You've not played like that. There are elements of his game that fit Mike Zimmer's, I think, playing on defense pretty well. He can blitz, but he misses tackles, he takes bad angles, and his instincts still aren't there. So signing Devin White is the ultimate I can fix him free agency move. And I don't know if that's a path this team is going to should and or want to pursue as things move forward. From RB, right now I'm hoping for an Elon Musk buyout. Is he going to run it like he did Twitter again? I appreciate him improving the monetization angle of Twitter, but the bots are worse than ever. So I don't love that one. If I get the initial Tesla ownership, I am very interested there. But now, maybe not so much. Evan Hauser, need to get Will Clapp from the Chargers. This team is a joke. Let's get a joke of a center. That's Jason Garrett's guy. Can you imagine if Jason Garrett got Will Clapp on his team? How funny that would be. I'm going to be pretty humorous there. Actual answer on Will Clapp, he was terrible this year. Oh, not terrible. He was poor. So acknowledging it as a joke of a center, I do want to make it clear, like to those not familiar with Will Clapp, he's not a very good option there. Some news here of the day for the Chargers. Mike Williams is going to be released by LA. This is probably the first of several moves the Chargers are going to have to make. Williams was due a $32 and almost a half $1 million cap hit. By cutting him, they saved $20 million. Chargers still have to do some more moves to get under the salary cap. I would not anticipate Mike Williams coming to the Chargers. Feels like, or to the Cowboys, he might be a Patriot. I think the Patriots are going to miss on Calvin Ridley. He's going to be a Jag instead. But they could not find a trade partner because nobody wanted to pay Mike Williams $20 million. Half that figure in a bad receiver class could certainly end up going down there. Nick Scott also being released by the Bengals too, which that one, he was bad for Cincinnati. He was very, very bad. Papa John says, can you say RIP TikTok? I assume that did they pass something that they got to be sold or whatever? I'm not up to speed enough with the political angles of that side to know what's going on there. But I did see something about that.
I think they're trying to pass something in like the Senate or the House or something about TikTok, but I'm not sure. They've tried to do that.
Like they can pass anything. Yeah. I have to divide him. HTD Young J. Stephen Jones talking about saving money for 11 just to not pay up. You're not wrong. We know how this will go, right? They are going to sit there and say, we got to save money for Micah Parsons. And they will lowball him to start. They are not good at that. They are not good at these contracts. They want to win the deal in free agency, and they want to lowball you with their own players to start, and then cave later on in the process. Now, because again, the players' agents, their job is to get their clients the most money. And this team has consistently shown that if the agents just wait and wait and wait, they can get the money that they want out of the Cowboys. They'll eventually cave on them in most cases. And that's what's frustrating because they don't handle contracts right. They don't operate with urgency, and that always continues to bite them in the butt, so to speak. But HTD, I think you're right from that perspective. We are an hour 50-ish away here from the start, quote unquote, of NFL free agency. The official deals can be signed, and you normally see like one or two deals that like weren't announced for whatever reason that then get announced right at that time frame. You know, and normally you see about one deal that goes and is like they change their mind and sign somewhere else. We already saw one of those with the kicker Will Lutz. Had agreed to deal with Jacksonville and then went to Denver, back to Denver, which is kind of hilarious. On a shorter contract too, which is kind of funny. But if you want the Cowboys to sign a free agent, like the video right now, sign somebody good. Sign somebody who's not just a replacement level option. Like it. Every 250 likes, by the way, is going to be a beer cheers for you. With another report from Aaron Wilson, the Cowboys interested in AJ Dillon. Okay. You kind of get your pick of all the other replacement level backs out there in free agency. Okay. There's your plotter. My Packers guy called him a plotter. Good guy, plotter. Okay. We are getting closer to 500 likes. Beer cheers once we get there. I would say that if you like it, the Cowboys are more likely to sign somebody, but we've liked the video a lot the past 2 days. It hasn't happened yet, so then there's no correlation there, unfortunately. But help us out. Like today's video. Figure we'll be live for 3-ish more hours, barring news. Probably around our general time. Because I do just want to get through the start of free agency. See how that plays out. Been very quiet. Couple markets have been very quiet. We can go through those here in a little bit, Chris. Tackle market's been really quiet. No movement there. Jermaine Illuminor signed. Mike and Wynn went back to the Patriots. That's kind of it. And not to give false hope, because we know how this hope goes with this Cowboys team. They don't. Like, the longer Tyron Smith goes unsigned, the hope of he didn't get the offer he wanted in the open market kind of grows a little bit. Grows into a, been pretty quiet there. Maybe the market wasn't great for him. Maybe a team he thought was going to go in that direction didn't go in that direction for his agent, and maybe they get a little bit lucky, and they end up playing that one right, and their cheapness pays off in the end. Doesn't always pay off. Doesn't normally pay off. But maybe it does this time around. Top free agents to tackle, right? Mekhi Becton, former first-round pick, has been a disaster with the Jets. Kind of got better down the stretch last year, but nothing makes you think, yes, we have fixed our offensive line issues beyond. Let's see if we can get a little bit lucky this time around. His numbers, great job, Chris. They're just not very good. 12 sacks, 8 hits, 30 hurries, and a bad run blocking grade. I thought he was a little bit better on the left side of the offensive line than he was on the right side, which is what your need is at. Might be a Bengal, by the way. That would be a huge surprise to me. Other tackles that are still free agents at this time. We'll kind of take our time on the offensive line here. Josh Jones, I actually wouldn't mind that one. He's had some medical stuff in the past, but could play left tackle or right tackle. I think a worst case, you've got to, this is the type of move that I would love to see a team like the Cowboys make. Worst case, it can be your left tackle and be okay. Best case, you find somebody and he's your swing tackle. Boom. Taking care of it. Yosh Neiman probably falls into a swing tackle category for me. George Fant definitely does. Kendall Lamb does. We'll see about Jake Curran. I think he's actually an RFA who has not yet gone one way or the other. I don't think that's been made yet, so we'll see on that front, but I don't think he's going to get tendered. Obviously knows Mike Slaughter from having in Seattle. Chris Hubbard is probably better on the right side than on the left side, but he subbed in at times for the Titans this past season, and did a decent job. So we'll see. If they find they normally do a tackle at some point. That they sign that swing guy, Cam Fleming, Cam Irving, Chuma Adoga. So I wouldn't be shocked if they went down that path again. Some other free agents here. Offensive guard. Again, you can put Tyler Smith at left tackle, right? Zeitler, Reisner, Tomlinson. Andres Pete could do tackle or guard, but he wasn't great at either spot. These are all... I picked the notable guys because I thought they might be in their price range. That was my goal with these lists of maybe these guys could join. Andres Pete has kind of bounced around tackle and guard, and he was not the greatest, but if you play him in there, maybe he's your 5th best offensive lineman. Maybe he's just a nice depth piece for you. Maybe. Cody Whitehair's got some center flex, but he was bad last year for the Bears. He really, really struggled. Isaiah Wynn, I think the Cowboys view him as a guard, frankly. He was a starter for the Dolphins. Could put him at left guard, Tyler Smith at left tackle. Now, Wynn missed a bunch of time due to injuries. Didn't get beat much in pass protection. The run blocking was bad. I think the limited chances out there kind of negatively impact him a little more than maybe most people. Dalton Risner still stands out to me. Somebody I wanted last year that didn't get signed for a while, eventually went to Minnesota, and I thought played decently. If that's your starter, I don't think that's that bad of an outcome. I truly don't. So it was a little bit, he was okay. Not great, but the run blocking was inconsistent, a little high on the pressures, but didn't allow a sack. Valuable, right? Mark Glowinski, Phil Haynes. These guys aren't very good. you've got some flexibility if you want to go to the offensive line depth chart here, Chris. You've got some position flexibility if you wanted to pursue that path, right? You've got guys that could play a few different spots. Brock Hoffman, I think they want to. I think he is their break in case of emergency center option. And with the way the free agency's gone, he might be your day one starter, which I'm anxious about. TJ Bass, they gave him a couple center chances in camp. It didn't go that great, but he also hasn't done it much. Like, he might be able to, but you also kind of need to train him properly to do that job. Maybe he could play left guard for you. I also wonder if he's your 2025 starter at right guard. Like, that would not surprise me at all, because I don't know how much more Zach Martin's truly got left in the tank here. Tyron Smith, again, unsigned. We shall see. Tyler Smith could play left tackle if needed. Maybe you go through the draft and see who's available and then make your decision then. I don't know if Matt Letzko can hang out there at left tackle. I know Josh Ball can't. Maybe Awesome Richards could, but he basically hasn't played at all. So I think you've got some guys between Richards and Bass and Hoffman that, those guys are probably among your top 8 offensive linemen or your top 9 offensive linemen, but do you want one or two of them to be among your top 5? That's where I get a little bit anxious about it. Centers that are unsigned, by the way. Connor Williams. That's worth mentioning. He was really good for the Dolphins this past year. Now, snaps are still an issue for him. He's not a great snapper of the football. In theory, that continues to get better and better. Everything else, though, was awesome. The penalties were still a bit high. They came back down to earth after that one really bad year. But he didn't get beat very much in pass protection and was really good as a run-blocking center for what the Dolphins did on offense. He's coming off an ACL tear. You could still put him right back in there at left guard if you drafted a center in round 1 still. It's the ACL that has me worried about it. Had he been healthy, I think he would have had a good standpoint of getting paid in free agency. But that ACL tear is going to turn some teams off. Bradley Bozeman, Evan Brown, I'm not sure how much better they really are than Brock Hoffman based on what we saw in a small sample size last year for Hoffman. Lucas Patrick was bad with the Bears. Holman Shelton was pretty decent. Not a bad idea. Not premier. Again, a bit high on those pressures allowed, but he was a decent run blocker. He might be a slight upgrade over Brock Hoffman. What I would have loved to have done was filled that center need via the draft. And I would have been okay having Brock Hoffman as my stopgap option at center and ready to ride with a round 1 pick or a round 2 pick at center. The issue is, as things sit right now, they don't have an option at left tackle or left guard, running back, linebacker, cornerback. So I almost don't know if I can draft that center in round 1. I'd take Jax Powers-Johnson at 24 in a heartbeat. You could talk me into a trade down and take Zach Frazier or Graham Barton in round 1. Or if I get lucky and they fall to round 2, maybe Frazier falls to round 2. Cedric Van Pran, Bo Limmer, Tanner Bortolini are, late round 3, early day 3 picks. But do you want to gamble on a day 3 pick at center starting for you day 1? You could always go Bortolini and ride with. He's a good athlete, by the way. I'm actually kind of intrigued by him. But it's another Wisconsin center. You might not want to go down that route again. Broken Halo says, let me send you a Texas Coast offense shirt. Email me tom@chatsports.com then, Broken Halo. tom@chatsports.com. And I'll get you the shipping info for that. I appreciate it, Broken Halo. That's tom@chatsports.com. I'll go to a weigh-in here. Perfect, producer Chris. Biggest need for the Cowboys. I'm going to go to the bathroom here. So we'll bring producer Chris on. And while I am gone, we have not done the producer double cam, have we? Since we changed the studio from the combine adjustments there. Just change your name there. But while I am gone, Every $10 super chat is a shot. We haven't done that yet. I don't really need to go to the bathroom, but I think it's funny when we do this. So we're going to make this happen. I'll give you guys some time, too. Chris, take it away. $10 super chat while I'm taking a break.
All right, guys, biggest need for the Cowboys right now. First one I see right there, owner GM. Ding, 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 we have a winner. Uncle Shay's burner saying left tackle. That's for sure. Yep. Tom said owner GM is cheating. Can't say that. J. Elm, is saying O-line, anywhere on the O-line. Linebacker, running back, offensive line. Man, the problem with running back right now is like all the good ones are gone. All the good, decent ones are gone. Quarterback, nutritionist, left tackle, center. Nutritionist for Mozzie, that's for sure. What is the biggest need right now for the Cowboys? A lot of offensive line. Sign Deontay Foreman. Running back, linebacker, strong safety, slot receiver. I'm excited to see what they do in the draft at receiver. If they go receiver anywhere in the draft, man, it's so loaded. This draft class is so loaded. Hunter Renfrow also, by the way, has been released by the Raiders. Whether that interests you or not, it's everybody's preference, but he was a good player for like 1-2 seasons and then just kind of, I don't know, man. The last couple of seasons have not been very good for him. Any free agent signing, says Brian. Yeah. A fat run stopper. What does Tom say? Fatties only. What else we got here? A punter. I think you're good there. Linebacker. Linebacker's a massive need for you. Last year just did not cut it. You got safeties playing linebacker. Leighton Vander Esch going down hurts so bad, though, because he was playing pretty well at the beginning of the season. Jeremiah is saying need to sign Mike Williams. That'd be nice. Let's see. Ecuador, man. Says dinners for Mozzie. Left tackle. Yeah, Jenkins, I would like to give Overshown a shot, at least. I mean, he looked really, really good in the preseason last year. It's such a shame he went down. Such a shame. Diggs, Gilmore, and Bland will be back. Draft Mims. Tom went to the bathroom. He'll be back in just a second, guys. Yep, the rumors right now are the Cowboys are very interested in AJ Dillon. Yeah. It's their own fault. It's their own fault not doing anything the first 2 days. That they're in this position right now. Some of you guys are funny. How do I feel 1 to 10? I'm feeling like a 10. It's just a great day. We're alive. The Cowboys aren't doing shit, but it's cool. Yishu, sorry if I just butchered your name right there. I'm actually not a Cowboys fan. I'm a Patriots fan, if anything. I just like good football. My mom is from Massachusetts. My dad met her up there, so they kind of became Patriots fans together. So I'm a Patriots fan there. You add a little bit of bandwagon onto that. Everybody likes a winner. But I have really gotten into the Cowboys this year. It's really fun covering it with Tom, because Tom's so passionate. He knows so much. I've learned so much about just the NFL football in general. I'm a big college football guy, but I've learned so much about the NFL and Cowboys this year. It's been an amazing 7 months since I've, join the team here at Chat Sports. Yep, Kendricks went to the Chargers. We need an SEC running back. You got Ray Davis out there, who's okay. We actually are hiring, Coach. We are hiring an on-air guy and a producer here in our Cincinnati office. How do I feel about Arch Manning? Cool. Can't wait till he becomes a starter. That's going to be fun to watch. My college team's Alabama. I grew up in South Alabama. I went to the University of Alabama, graduated from there 2 years ago. I covered them last year, and then we're kind of, we got our Alabama channel here as well, so kind of doing some stuff with the Alabama channel with Tom. Gerard Mero for linebacker, that's hilarious. I mean, Skip Bayless's burner, yeah. Mike Williams to replace Michael Gallup, sure, I'm down. Do you want to pay him, though? That's the big thing. $20 million is a lot. It's a lot. Got a super chat coming in here now. Get that up. Our first $10 here from Wes. It's ridiculous how the Jones boys want to stay mediocre and don't want to spend money on anyone, not even our own players. They just want to draft and fill the positions. So sad. That's my biggest thing, man. It's like, you have so much money. So much money. It doesn't matter. It's all free for you. Like, we got one. Got Tom back. I'll bring him back here in just a second. And why you haven't re-signed anybody, like, of your own guys, too, I don't know either.
All right, let's do it. Wes, ridiculous how the Jones would want to stay mediocre, don't want to spend on anyone, not even our own players, just want to draft to fill positions. So sad. Not that they want to stay mediocre. It's that they just want to stay as a playoff team or a fringe playoff team. Because they don't want to be a 7-win team. They want to be a 10-win team every year, 11-win team every year. They don't want to jeopardize those future hopes. I think they genuinely believe, as long as we have Dak, we can win 10 games. And then they're worried about next year, well, what if we don't have Dak? How are we going to win 10 games? They don't want to sacrifice that cap space. Cheers to you, Wes. Guys, look, Campbell, a $5 super chat coming in here. I'd rather have J.K. Dobbins than AJ Dillon. I probably would gamble on that too. I think like the downside of Dobbins is that he gets hurt again. He plays like two games. And that sucks. And you just don't get much from him. You can't really bank on having much from him either. The upside of, and Dillon, like, worst case, will be like, he'll be replacement level. I don't see much more upside with Dillon, though. Dobbins plays a full season. He can get you 5 yards of carry. He can get you some explosive plays. So I would agree. I'd rather take the risk on J.K. Dobbins than the safe, okay one of A.J. Dillon. Like that's the route I would do. There's a lot more risk there with Dobbins. Off another big injury, and that's a huge concern. I think you'd give him the vet minimum, all incentive stuff there. If it works out, great. If not, you just kind of, you have to have other plans either way. So I'll aim bigger on Dobbins, or you can do both of them if you want. You can do both, or wait till after the draft and do both. At least one of them after the draft, maybe. Today's show is made possible by PrizePicks. Go to PrizePicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for that first deposit match up to $100. PrizePicks has now offered some demons and goblins. Now the demons are it's harder to hit. It is a bigger payout. The Goblins are easier to hit and thus a lower payout as well. I like to do the flex play when I'm not doing the Demons or Goblins because that kind of really drastically impacts your payout. The flex play already does that for you. The flex play, you can get 2 out of 3 right, 3 out of 4 right, and still win. You're not worried about having to get every single one right and then feeling bad when that did not happen. PGA Tour, NFL, NBA, NHL. NFL season long, by the way, is up now. Chris has some UFC prize picks. What you got for me, bud?
It's going to be exciting. UFC Fight Night card. Tai Tuivasa versus Marcin I always butcher this guy's last name. Tybura. 10.5 minutes. That's basically more or less than 2 rounds. I think this one's going to be a banger. These guys are going for knockouts. I'm going to go less on that. Brian Battle hasn't thrown 66 significant strikes in his last 5 out of 6 fights. He likes going to the ground. He's submission guy. So I'm going to go less on significant strikes for him as well.
Okay. I don't know any of that, so I'm going to trust Chris on that front there. PrizePicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. It's PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Let's go to Jonathan C., and then let's just run through the free agents available on my lists, and we'll see what's available out there. Says, I am a Washington Cowboys fan now. Screw Jerry Jones. I'm Stockholm Syndrome. I can't get on board with that one. I will be mad at them, and I will still cheer for them to win games, and I hope that they prove me wrong in the end. All right, let's visit the top free agents out there at some of the positions of need for Dallas. Running back is first up. Couple different buckets you can put these guys in. Jerick McKinnon, Clyde Edwards-Helaire fall into the scat back bucket. If you want someone to be your change of pace third down back, compete for that role, those 2 guys stand out. Edwards-Helaire is a former first-round pick, but he hasn't been very good with the Chiefs. I would argue maybe his fit wasn't great in Kansas City. McKinnon offers you some good explosive stuff there. But all the guys left are probably going to sign for at or just a little bit above the vet minimum figure. Maybe some incentives too. And your lack of a running back makes them appealing because they could, in theory, get more playing time. But they also might want to wait till after the draft and know what spots are actually open if they think he can still be a lead back, Damian Harris and Alexander Madison have had better years, and previously AJ Dillon has had better years. They fall into more of that power back role. Madison, they liked coming out of Boise State, but he has not been that great for Minnesota. Deonta Foreman, when he plays, he does decently. All of these guys are kind of replacement level backs, though. Like, they are not significantly better than just choosing to re-sign Rico Dowdle. Foreman's had a couple of chances to be kind of a lead guy, and when he's had those chances, he's done pretty well. Was kind of RB3 for Chicago last year behind Khalil Herbert and Roschon Johnson. Now, definitely not coming back because they signed DeAndre Swift. The name that is intriguing and also scary is J.K. Dobbins. Dobbins is injury prone. He has missed a ton of time in his NFL career. He has not been able to stay healthy, and he has missed far more games the past 3 years, and frankly, than over his entire career, than he has played. When he has played, he has been really good. He has been a nearly 6 yard per carry back, like 5-point-something yard per carry back. That's really good. It's a matter of, is he going to stay healthy or not? And that makes him the gamble, the downside, upside. If it's a 1-year deal, I'm open to it since, the top backs, I really regret not getting Zach Moss. That one hurt me. That would have been a good deal for Dallas, I thought. Wide receiver-wise, this market's not moving. Darnell Mooney signed. Gabe Davis signed. I don't want him anyway. Jalen Reagor's back with the Patriots. It's not a good free agent class. We'll see what happens with Calvin Ridley. Probably in about an hour and a half, you'll get news on him, either back to the Jags or with the Patriots, one of those two. Then it's Curtis Samuel, DJ Chark, KJ Osborne. Bring back Cedric Wilson. Does that intrigue anybody out there? Kind of, maybe a little bit. Paris Campbell, Laviska Shenault, Odell Beckham. You're kind of banking on, we can make this guy better than what his previous team or teams had done. I don't know if they're any better than Jalen Tolbert, so I'm mostly okay sitting out of free agency at wide receiver. Maybe there's a great guy in the draft that falls to you, but then you got to fill all your other needs to have that luxury to do that. Mike Williams is also now a free agent. He has been cut by the Los Angeles Chargers. Khalil Mack is going to stay. He has restructured his deal. This saves about $20 million bucks against the cap for the Chargers and Mike Williams. Former 1,000-yard receiver. You know what stands out there? That average is going down the wrong way. It's going down. And that's kind of a red flag. I think his market will still be big enough for a team like the Patriots or something that they won't need to go after Mike Williams. So then it's like, you know, do you want another wide receiver 3-4 option? And not really as far as I'm concerned. Defensive tackle options. Then we'll go to a super chat, come back to some more names here. DJ Reader, I think will end up being a Detroit Lions, going to visit with them there. I think that the Cowboys will get outbid, even though I would love to bring him into the fold. I think he'd be a great addition up front. Calais Campbell could be a journeyman, ring chaser, mercenary type that could make some sense. Sheldon Rankins is a free agent. Intrigues me a little bit. Armin Watts is not a sexy name at all, but he has ties to this organization with Mike Zimmer that I think could make it a logical target for Dallas. From Mark, if Dak gets the best chance to win now, why dump Tyron Smith? So many good players that were reasonable in money, and JJ sat on his thumbs. Henry not worth $8 million. Yeah, this is exactly it. Why are if your goal is to win now, why you're not trying to bring back Tyron Smith? Why you're not creating salary cap space and signing players who aren't ridiculously, expensive. Henry at $8 million was maybe a little bit high, but like you could add Zach Moss for $4 million. That's too much for you. You can't pay Zach Moss less this year than your punter is making. Come on, that doesn't make any sense. You can't. But if your plan is to rebuild, then why is Tank Lawrence here? I like Tank Lawrence a lot. Move on. Start that money now. I don't know what their plan is, and that bothers me. By the way, that pretty Ricky account that's had a bunch of good scoops on the signing so far says there's some last-minute drama from a division rival trying to steal Calvin Ridley. So I would assume it could be any of those teams. Probably not Indy, but Tennessee or Houston. It could be fun. We'll keep an eye on that one. Houston's done some good stuff. All right, Dwayne Jackson, $10 once again into our signed Bob Lilly mini helmet giveaway. We'll go through our super chat menu here after this one. If you were a free agent, would you want to sign with the Cowboys knowing their track record and their non-committalness to winning and improvement? That's another issue. The Cowboys think the star and all the things that go along with it mean that they should have to sign players. They get signed players for less. That all ties should go to them. It's not how it works. The ties are going to like the Chiefs. Ties go to the Chiefs now because they got the championship caliber brand right there. The Cowboys don't have that boost anymore. The Cowboys aren't going to win tiebreakers anymore. Now, the benefit for them is they're signing all these cheap guys with you can play a big role for us. $50 for the Beer Bong Hall of Fame. Put your name or initials on the beer bong and do a big old beer bong out of it. Deal of the day is a $20 shot, and the Venmo 50/50 raffle is still ongoing. $10 entry. We have no entries so far for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. If we get the 3 to run it, so someone's winning money no matter what, great. If not, I'll send the money back for whatever ends up coming in. Now, we are trying to get to 186,000, subscribers here on today's show. We are inside of 500. Get more free Cowboys videos. We will be live again tomorrow. It is normal Thursday Cowboys Live after all. Hit that sub button right now. Mark, JJ shops at Walmart and expects Versace as he thinks he has such great fashion sense. This is so ridiculous. Many players have improved us and JJ did zero. I think Stephen Jones, call him JB for the Jones boys with a Z. I think Stephen Jones gets a lot of blame for this as well. From Mark, we paid Pollard $10 million, Gallup $50 million a year. I'd sign Tyrone, Henry, and Ridley, and there were some solid run stoppers, all achievable if you redo contracts. Yes, I probably wouldn't have signed Ridley at all. I think he's going to get, he might get like $20 million, frankly. I would not be shocked at that going down. That's too much for my blood. There are some decent run stoppers out there. And yeah, if you had redone those contracts and your goal was to win now, that's what I would have done. But their goal is just to, I think, not sacrifice anything for the future. And they think they're a 10-win team right now. It doesn't make any sense to me. Douglas Shepard into our Bob Lilly signed mini helmet raffle end of the month. For Drew Pearson. Sorry, Bob Lilly was last month. Congrats to Marcus Farmer for winning that, by the way. Still got to get that shipped out to Marcus, but I will, don't worry. I saw something that the reason they aren't signing anyone is because of comp picks. They want to keep their comp picks for next year. Is there any truth to that? There absolutely is truth to that, and at least an element of truth to that. As it sits right now, the Dallas Cowboys are projected to get comp picks in the 5th round for Tyler Biadasz, in the 5th round for Dorrance Armstrong, in the 6th round for Tony Pollard. Now, if they start spending above, $4-ish million on a player, they'll probably lose that comp pick. And maybe that was their concern over not going after Tony Pollard. Because with the way that Pollard's at the top of the 6th and the bottom of the 6th round comp pick is kind of hovering in that $4-ish million range. So that's a concern for me. Like that shouldn't, a 6th round pick should not be why you don't go sign Zach Moss, And you can only get 4 of them. So if you're going to lose Tyron Smith, there's one of them. If you're going to lose Stephon Gilmore or Jordan Lewis, that's probably another one. So it does play into their process. They love those day 3 comp picks, which is, I think, kind of dumb, frankly. Like, day 3 picks. You got to spend some time. And what also bothers me is there were players you could have signed that wouldn't impact it. Players who get cut and then sign elsewhere don't count for or against that comp pick formula. So you won't get one for Gallup if and when he's cut and he signs somewhere. You could have signed Eric Kendricks and it wouldn't have impacted your comp pick formula. They didn't go down that path. Why? I don't know. I really don't know. More news. Dane Jackson is heading to the Carolina Panthers, which is it's fine. It's not a huge deal there. From Mark now, another $10 super chat, so we'll put you into the Venmo raffle, or the signed Drew Pearson helmet raffle. The Joneses do not like free agents. I get it, but you got to do what you got to do sometimes. I don't like prostate exams. How the hell do you got to go do it, right? Clown show. I agree. You can't be a good team but not good enough team for 20 years and go, you know what we've always not done is spend money in free agency. Maybe we should just keep doing the same thing over and over again. You have to take a chance on something sometime. And this team refuses to do that. Also from Mark, Ridley might have been a bit of a price, but CD, and Cooks would have been just sick. We had so many holes, and now it adds center, left tackle, and defensive end to running back, linebacker, cornerback, DT, and wide receiver. I agree. What I would have liked to have done in free agency is set yourself up to not have to take one of those spots. And you could even talk me into, we could survive a year with Brock Hoffman, survive a year with Jalen Tolbert. Okay, you still need a left tackle or a left guard. You need depth at defensive end. So go sign a new Dante Fowler for 1 year, $3 million. Sign a running back who can help fill the void if you need to. You can maybe even wait on that one. There would be some guys after the draft, I think. Sign a veteran linebacker. Sign a veteran corner. Sign a veteran defensive tackle. that could probably cost you less than $15 million for all of those moves. In fact, I did it in my perfect plan of doing that and having money left over. That's not what they're doing, though. By the way, quickly, Rodney, we'll go through some free agent lists here that we hadn't got to yet. There was no Jimmy Johnson advisory. If you had caught the clip itself, Jimmy's laughing the entire time and is not serious about it. Like, what he meant was he's talking again with the Cowboys. Like, he's not, like, off their list of we don't talk anymore. He's not. There is no advisory council. That was like a joke of like they're friends again is how that is best to be described. So how much do you think the Cowboys care right now? Scale it for me from 1 to 10. 1 on the low end, 10 on the high end. How much do you think the Dallas Cowboys care at this stage? By the way, Wyatt Wolf has 2 entries into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. So Wyatt Wolf is in. Thank you, my friend. We still need some more raffle entries, though, if you want to compete with Wyatt, because I'm not going to set it up to where, the winner gets their money back. So we still need several more entries into the Venmo 50-50 raffle to run it. Otherwise, I'm going to send Wyatt his money back, unless he wants me to do like shots or something for it instead. Who knows? But $20 or $10 to enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle. So Wyatt's got 2 of them already. He's got the great chance to win. Just $10 to enter. We will do that. Call it at 5 p.m. is our planned time to run that. 5 p.m. Eastern. So plenty of time to Venmo at What Going Downey. $10 to get in on that front. See a lot of low numbers in there. A lot of low numbers. I don't disagree. From Mark, add to that, have Henry's back, who could stop us? We could use our number 1 and number 2 to grab good offensive line guys in the draft. Very doable. God, he's such an a-hole. I think $8 million was on the upper end of what I would have been okay paying Derrick Henry. You could have had Zach Moss for less than your punter. You could have had Devin Sims, who played great last year for the Texans, at a very cheap figure. Tony Pollard ended up getting less than 7. Or it's 7-ish, basically. Like the running back market, I think, went quicker than they thought. And as they so often do, they got caught flat-footed. That's not a good thing. Because they've already leaked it out there. They are having players and agents call them. They are not calling players and agents. Good luck getting better. Good luck. Roman Wolf Gaming. At this point, give me Chase Young cheap, re-sign Smith, get Connor Williams, trade next year's picks for players this year, and actually go all in. Yes, but you've also kind of like missed your window to go all in. Like, a lot of these good players are gone. If you were going to go all in, you need to do it on day 1 of free agency, not pivot to that and do that 3 days in, And if you were going to rebuild, you should have done that from 2 months ago when the year ended. They didn't do that either. They kind of just they don't want to make decisions, and those decisions eventually are going to get made for them. And it's very frustrating to me. From Mark, again, I really wonder if you're trying to get a top 5 pick and is being hushed about it in case he gets an A+++. So many good guys are gone. Here's the thing. Unless the quarterback gets hurt, they will not have a top 5 pick. And even then, they might be like top 10 pick, depending on when he goes down, right? And if their plan is to get a top 10 pick, they should have planned this better. And they should have moved on with Dak and get whatever you're going to get. It doesn't matter at that point. He still has leverage with the no-trade clause, and he's smart enough to know he's not going to have his new team give up a bunch of picks and stuff to get him. Like, it's not how he wants to do it. It doesn't make sense for him. Get what you can get, move on, and figure it out from there. It's just it doesn't make a ton of sense, but it's a better path than just doing nothing. Because right now the downside is we don't pay Dak. We win 10 games, won on the postseason, have pick 20. Dak's gone. Now what do we do? now you have a decentish team that's in position and no way to get a franchise quarterback. No real way to do it unless you get really lucky for a third time. Good luck. How much do the Cowboys care? Scale it for me from 1 to 10 in the comments section. I do owe a beer cheer for 500 likes. Every 500 likes is a beer cheers. Let's see if we can't get there. We will. Ooh, I see a negative 20 in there, negative 69. I love it. Thanks, Ecuador Man. See, Ecuador Man and Mark and I might disagree a little bit on like best paths, but we don't like the current path, and that's what I agree there. I don't like the trend they're on there. Let's go to some of those listicles, Chris, while you adjust the graphic sheet that Google's causing issues with for us there. Let's go to, what have we not done yet? It's center. Let's do linebacker. The list of linebackers. We can hang out here for a while you adjust that stuff. Background is we do everything through Google Sheets to like get the info to pull live, and it's not pulling properly. So be it. The linebacker market has gone quickly. Levante David goes back to Tampa. Frankie Luvo goes to the Commanders. Josie Jewell goes to the Panthers on a fair deal. Jordan Hicks got 2-4 from the Browns, which 2 years, 4 years per. We'll see about that one. Other note, by the way, from that Pretty Ricky guy is a team late has jumped into the Calvin Ridley sweepstakes and are offering more than the Jags are in the AFC South. Oh, boy. Aziz Al-Shaair, the Texans got a pretty good amount of money, which is telling. Eric Kendricks, a player who does not impact your salary cap, stands out kind of significantly in terms of, a player that had ties to the organization. I probably could have been a way you could have gone and tried to do that route there, and they didn't really choose to go down that path, which was very frustrating to me. Bobby Wagner is still out there as a free agent. Jerome Baker is decent. Other linebacker options that have been out there. You got some busts like Devin White, who I don't want, but you're almost out of options at this stage, and I hate it here. You can try Isaiah Simmons. He's had some big issues with just his overall play. He's been a huge disappointment. Denzel Perryman's a thumper. Shaq Leonard's a thumper. Those guys aren't very good anymore. Run and chase guys with injury issues. Quan Alexander. Can always bring back Anthony Barr. Oh, this team. Let's see what else we got. Shaq Quarterman. Jeez, what a list. I hate Cody Barton. I think he's a very good player. Zach Cunningham is out there. Maybe he moves the needle. Denzel Perryman can be a thumper for you. Again, your linebacker market's getting real thin here. At a certain point, you got to start making decisions. You got to start signing somebody to help out your team. Gerard Davis, former first round bust. Do you want to make Jamal Adams just a linebacker? I kind of hate it. No, maybe Bobby Wagner's going to be cheap. He's old now. He's going to be cheap. I think you're going to be able to make something happen there. But we shall see on that front there. Seems like it's working again now, by the way, Chris. It is? Sweet. Awesome. Classic issues that technology has when Google doesn't work quite right. Other linebackers here. Andre Smith, Chris Barnes. I don't like any of those. Deion Jones wasn't playing very well. Michael Walker was pretty mediocre. It's not a great group. At some point, I remain convinced they will sign somebody. Will it happen today? I have my doubts. But we have you covered if and when the Cowboys do that. Hit that sub button right now, youtube.com/@CowboysTV for more free Cowboys YouTube videos. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's youtube.com/CowboysTV. $5 here from the last one we had was Byron Joe David. There it is. Thank you, Byron Joe. Who's this Adam? It's actually pronounced. Dane Jackson got $7 million from the Panthers. It's Adam Pacifica. I think it's how it's actually pronounced. Prasifka. I heard he's using our salary cap is bad and was manager at McDonald's. I don't think he was ever a manager at McDonald's. I know he worked at like some marketplace grill thing when he was in college. He's an Arkansas boy. I think that's Steven's guy. But he has been with the Cowboys and heavily involved in the salary cap stuff for 20-something years now. So that this is not I know there's been a couple of like, this is new, this is the issue. It's been the same thing. He does Steven's bidding. Like that, this is Steven's guy who runs the cap. And it's not that they can't manage the cap. They know how to do all of these things properly. It's that they choose not to do them. They have shown that they have restructured Dak's deals. They've restructured Zach Martin's deals. They know how to do the cap stuff. It's that they choose not to. All these cap guys know how to. It's those who are aggressive enough to do them properly. So Adam Pacifica has been your long-time salary cap guy. He's done, or like your head guy. He's done that for a very long time. But it's not a new thing either. From Wes, the longer we wait to sign our own players, the more expensive their contracts will be. This team doesn't want to take any risks. And maybe it's like the bell curve of like the cost of the contracts. It's lower before free agency, peaks during it. If they don't get the big offer, it drops down a little bit. Like they lowballed Tyron Smith and lowballed Tyler Biadasz. They did not offer close to what Biadasz got, which I'm actually okay with, frankly. Maybe we get lucky and Tyron Smith ends up coming back pretty cheaply. Maybe he didn't get that bigger guaranteed money contract he wanted, and he ends up coming back. The longer that goes on, better chance of it happening, I think. But it's all a guess. Dane Jackson details, by the way, above. 2-year deal worth up to $14.5 million. I wonder if the up to is carrying the weight on that front. Maybe it's more like 210 with some more investments there. From Mark, Jerry Jones really thinks we can be with the same coach, and thinks Hoff and Sam, I think he means Sam Williams, or Sam R, I see what you mean, better than Biadasz and Armstrong, so he thought Washington could replace Cooper. Idiot. They really messed up on that front. They really did with the Amari Cooper side. I think you could. It's fine to me if you want to go, Brock Hoffman cheaper than Biadasz. Maybe we get lucky in the draft. Sam Williams cheaper than Armstrong. Maybe we get lucky in the draft too. But you can't do that for every single position and think it'll be better. Like you do have to add upgrades, and you have 3 top 100 picks. So you have to do something else. Even if it's not those positions, you have to do something else somewhere else. Fumbles 007, $10. You look thirsty. It's 20 for a shot, but I am thirsty. So for your first time Super Chat Fumbles, we'll make it happen here. And we'll do another shot. As we are 1 hour away from free agency actually starting legally. But, the good guys are gone. Stands out. Cheers to you. Here's today's Super Chat menu. $10 Super Chat gets you in to the signed Drew Pearson mini helmet giveaway. End of the month, that race will be run. $50, the Beer Bong Hall of Fame. We'll put your name, initials, whatever on the beer bong, and I'll chug one out of it. $20 for a shot. We gave Fumbles the bonus there. There were enough other 10s. I'll just combine them. And we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle, $10 to race that today. Right now we are at just one entry, so we need several more to make that actually happen for the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downey. Now, today's show is made possible by PrizePicks. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. PrizePicks is daily fantasy made easy. It's 2 to 6 player stat projections, more than or less than on those stat projections. They've also got some demon and goblins bets, which is demons are harder to hit. All right, the payout is higher, though, if you do get it right. It's normally the boosted, increased stat projections. Goblins, lower payout, easier to hit, lower payout as well. So go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. NBA prize pick for you for coming up here. James Harden, it's a specialty line, 3.14 projection for Pi Day. Get it? On points. So get to 4 points. It's a joke. Get it? Easy more than there. Jalen Suggs, that is one of the Goblins, so it's an easier line, more than 7.5 points. And Jamal Murray, Petey got me down back because I love watching him play. Less than 21.5 points for Mr. Murray. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for that first deposit match up to $100. Link will be in the comments and the description of today's show. It's prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for the first deposit match. Fumbles put in the other 10. Now enjoy your shot. We did it. I did do it. He might be a little bit behind on the live, but we did it for you, Fumbles. I will give you a second entry, too, into the mini helmet. Cheers to you, my friend. I'll wash it down with some what is it called? Craft cocktail, or what is it? I don't even know what they call these. It's the Monster Beast Unleashed alcoholic beverage. Whatever it is. I want to space out like the other call to action, not do them all in a row. Remember to hit that sub button if you haven't already. YouTube.com/CowboysTV. We are inside of an hour away here from free agency starting, so to speak. And we are getting deeper into the day with no moves made yet. The current poll is 73%. Not a lot. And that's gone up. It was like at 60 to start of will the Cowboys sign anybody? No is winning as it should be winning. They were linked early this morning to AJ Dillon, and they have not made a ton of progress at this stage. And Dillon was bad last year. Would you sign him? Why? S for sign, P for pass. Dillon is it's a replacement level running back. There's a dozen of them in free agency still. And, there's Damian Harris. There's Zeke was better than AJ Dillon last year. Now, given their ages, I think you'd feel better about Dillon having a better season in 2024. But Dillon wasn't good last year. He's trying to generate some market for himself, I think, right now. It's just not it is one thing if you get to day 4 free agency and you've signed some players and you tack on AJ Dillon as like your number 4 or number 5 signing, like, okay, that's fine. There's your power back. You've filled other needs too. It's another thing to say AJ Dillon is the move you've made. Like that's not cooking. Jane Slater's friend of the show, Jane framing that as let the Cowboys cook. They're going after AJ Dillon. No, that is not cooking. That is not doing that at all. That is like bottom of the barrel moves. Like Damian Harris, AJ Dillon, Zeke Elliott, Alexander Madison. It's the same picture meme. Different pros and strengths, sure, but like the results are the results. I think maybe Dillon fits decently for what they want to do on offense, but like, it's just that's not it. That's not an inspiring move. That's a okay. You know, Dillon's still young. You can talk yourself into him being better in Dallas. You can talk yourself into him being a 4-yard per carry back, but we can't go with this tweet of the Cowboys are working on something, don't lose hope, and it's AJ Dillon. That does not get us going at all. That does not rev up our engines. I'd rather sign Deonta Foreman. Like, I'd rather do that. Intrigues me more than AJ Dillon, who I think is just, second-round pick. People know him more. From Mark, Tom, you are obviously a better GM than Skeletor and Son. Thank you, Mark. We can go to the Jones boys, TD, JB, weigh in after this. Of all the free agents left, who would you sign? I would also want to move up to get 2 number 2s. Your thoughts? You don't have the assets to get 2 2s. Now, I'm also not opposed to trading a future 2 every year to move up, Trade your 2 1 year and a 2 next year to go get another first-round pick. I could be intrigued by that. I almost want to, depending on how the board falls, I like the idea of moving down in round 1, getting some assets, and then potentially moving that back up later. Hold on, I'm reading Jane's tweet here. Stand by. Nothing to report an extension here in Dallas, so I was told we could have to cook with Dillon. The pot may have made it to the stove, but the water isn't even boiling. They can't cook. It's also, they put some corn in there and they're going to boil the corn.
They're boiling hot dogs.
They're going to boiling it. Read this one, Chris. I'm gonna cook up a quote tweet of this here.
Got $20 from Duncan.
Go ahead and bring yourself on though too, so they can see you.
So with all that's going on, I think, and the boys not doing anything, if of value, what's the best case scenario we can do to legitimately improve our roster?
Let me think about that one. I'm trying to find a good.
It's a tough one, honestly.
I think you have to start doing stuff now. I think to a certain extent you have, maybe missed a window here. I would say maybe even pretty significantly. I have my tweet. Cowboys cooking be like. That's a good one. You see that viral photo of the hot dogs, cheese, and Cheerios? It's that one. That one. And look, here's your path, all right? You can set yourself up for a better 2025 by getting deals done with some of your key core pieces. That's step 1. Step 2, I'm going to bring back Tyron Smith. I'm also going to free up cap space in the process, by the way, to help make all these things easier. I'm going to bring back Tyron Smith. I'm going to do whatever at running back at this point. Doesn't matter that much. I'm going to go sign one of those last linebackers out there, Bobby Wagner. I'm going to sign Jerome Baker, something like that. I'm going to see if I can get like a Unique Ngakoue to be a cheap veteran edge on a 1-year, like $3 million deal. I'm going to try to get DJ Reader. If that fails, I'll try Eric Armstead, Calais Campbell. I'll be aggressive at defensive tackle while I still can be. I'm going to bring back Stephon Gilmore, and I'm going to try to, figure out guard, tackle, center. If I find Tyron Smith, if I can find another veteran piece, I can be okay, and I can go BPA in the draft. I kind of missed some good chances, though, and that's what's frustrating, is those paths to improve have really begun to dwindle. That's the issue. And I owe a shot for you, and I don't have a great path for how they're going to do that because everybody else has signed somebody except you. So your options continue to thin out. And I think they have light cap space because they wanted to have an excuse. They could easily have $20 million right now in an instant. But they don't want to because they want that excuse built in. All right, cheers to you, Duncan. Michael Graham. Teams must be on the cap by 4 p.m. The Cowboys wait until that time to go over. I don't know how that works in the fussing free agency. So no. Starting at 4 p.m. today, you must be under the salary cap and you must remain under the salary cap. Now, you can agree to deals and not formally do them and then do a quick adjustment to get under the cap and then sign somebody. That's fine. But you have to be cap compliant from now until the end of the season once 4 p.m. hits. So the Cowboys are under the cap barely right now. What they can do is flip the switch. No issues needed to, restructure Trayvon Diggs, do something with Dak's deal if they ever get off their asses and talk to the agent, and save anywhere between like 16 and 25 or something ridiculous like that. They can cut Michael Gallup and save money post-June 1st to pay their draft class. If they wanted to, they could restructure Terrence Steele, Brandon Cooks, Donovan Wilson, free up an additional $10-ish million. So there are easy paths for this team to acquire cap space. Not to mention, pay CeeDee Lamb and save $13 million on your cap. Very easy things to do. The extension ones are harder because of the way they choose to operate their extensions. But they have options to do it. It's they don't want to do those options. Pug Racer, Eagles paid $24 million to their kicker, and we can't pay a running back $4 million. Well, the kicker got what, $4.24? I think it was. What was his deal? 4 for 24. The Eagles have also paid a safety $11 million, another running back like $11 million, an edge rusher 51 over 3. I think that's all they've done of note. I think they're going to get a linebacker at some point. It's like they've made moves. The difference in the way the Eagles operate their money and the way the Cowboys operate their money is startlingly different. They also paid their quarterback more than you're paying your quarterback per year. Throwing that out there. Mark, we got to replace our guys, of which there are many, like Armstrong, that were 5 out of 10s and some 6 out of 10s. A time one splash guy. I agree. I mean, you could replace Armstrong with Unique Ngakoue. I think that's fine. Replace Sam Williams with Dante Fowler, basically. I think that works. But you can't just rely on the draft and expect your team to get better. That's not how this works. Because you've also missed on some draft picks. You can't keep banking on finding a DeRon Bland every year on day 3. It's not realistic. It's simply not. They have to do more than what they've been doing so far. And they continue to operate under this. We're going to let teams call us. You call us. It's not going to work. It's just straight up not going to work. I don't get it. It's frustrating because it's not a good plan. It's really not a good plan. So with that in mind, pick a GM. JB for the Jones boys, TD for me. Who would you rather have as the Cowboys general manager? I'm going to sip some more water here. Adjust my headset too. Maybe we'll get a L'Jarius Sneed trade soon, like the Titans or something. Not too distant future. That'd be fun. Pick a GM. JB, TD. Neither. You know what? Neither is probably the correct answer. Probably the correct answer. But if you had to pick one, who would it be? Who would it be? Be me, right? I'd spend some money. Or you know what? I'd have a plan. Because I don't know if they have a plan right now. Are they trying to win games now because they're doing a bad job of roster building? Are they trying to tank for the future or doing a bad job of planning an organizational structure? So which one is it? Make a decision. For Mark, we don't have enough picks to fill all the holes. In his infinite wisdom, he thinks his guys at coach are just fine. Tom for GM, duh. That is the crux of my issue too. They don't They don't want to be aggressive. They want to always be about a 10-win team. And if they're a 10-win team, they are happy and content. Because you know what? They are in the spot they want to be. They're a playoff team. Ticket sales are good. Merchandise sales are good. Everyone's showing up. Everyone's talking about them. I mean, ESPN is still talking about Dallas, and they've signed nobody. They're still one of the lead headlines for doing nothing. Nothing. It's crazy talk for me. And they don't want to sacrifice the future. They don't want to sacrifice the current situation. They just want to ride it along the middle. They want to be right there at the top of that parity wave of like, maybe this is our year, we'll do something in the postseason, but not make the moves head coach and front office and organizationally and roster-wise to make it happen. They're just content to be 10 wins and make a playoff game and see if they get lucky. See if the Dez caught it goes their way. They don't want to buy out the head coach. They're about to be, I think, the only team in NFL history since the rules have adjusted of, hey, we're going to have a head coach enter a lame duck season. Twice they've done this. Jerry has said he doesn't want to pay coaches to not coach for the Dallas Cowboys. So why? There's no salary cap on coaches. At their core, they are cheap. They are a cheap franchise. And when you're competing against other franchises and executives that have some desperation, what are they going to do? You're going to come up short because the margins are narrow, and unless you have a Hall of Fame quarterback, they don't right now. They have a very good one, but he's not a Hall of Famer, or Mahomes. And even Mahomes, I don't think has the same success here as he would have done in KC. You don't have Andy Reid as your head coach, not going to work. Mark, I would watch The View for you to be our GM. I don't think you like The View then very much. From Not John Jacobs, are they waiting on the specifics of the Dak deal or letting him go? Or waiting on the draft to fill needs, then get free agency? Again, I don't know. Now, the problem with the Dak deal is the last reporting is they haven't talked contract yet. So they don't have a deal in place yet. I feel like this team is waiting for Todd France to call them, and that's not how this works at all. And if they were just going to let him go and write it out, why are you waiting? It's not going to work this year. So you're just going to delay the inevitable and be in a worse spot next year? That doesn't make any sense to me. Nothing that the Cowboys are doing makes sense any way you slice it. It's bad in both directions. And by the way, waiting on the draft to fill needs and then get free agents, the good free agents are gone. You could maybe find a running back who will still be out there. You kind of saw that last year, although Fournette and Cook were all pretty bad, by the way. You didn't have anything. You're not going to have anybody good. And you can't fill all of your needs via the draft. You're going to be left holding the bag with gaping holes on your roster and going, it's actually the quarterback and head coach's fault. Frankly, if this is the team that the Cowboys trot out, we know it's not going to work. I'm not going to blame Mike or Dak. Now, they'll go and it's fine, because I don't think it would have worked anyway with Mike. But you can't make this team worse and then say it wasn't your fault. Because that's what this team is going to do. They're going to say, you know what, we think we have a good enough team. They got worse in the process. Joey, they're trying to trade Dak. No. They don't want to move on from Dak because they know they're a 10-win team with him. But they want to win the deal so badly, they don't want to cave on the contract talks that aren't happening. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. It's bad management. No other franchise, if they were in this spot with their quarterback, would be handling it this way. Nobody else. Everybody else would have paid their guy. Everybody. Cowboys are not doing it that way. David Pope, first time super chat. Thank you, David. 2 claps for you, David. Appreciate that, my friend. Leroy Pearson Jr. At the end of last year, they were $14 million over. With the cap going up 30, shouldn't they have been $60 million on the cap, or did I miss something? The numbers you had seen had already factored in the projected cap jump, which came in about $10 million higher, and that's how they got to the, depending on your site we're using, in the $10 to $6 million under range. So, yeah, like, they had already factored that in, but it was more than they thought it was going to be. And I wonder if that gave them some, we don't have to do those stuff then. For whatever reason, this team is very content to try to convince people that they are in a bad 2025 salary cap spot. That they are so worried about the 2025 cap, they can't do anything right now. They have $90 million in cap space next season. And the quarterback's not under contract. Neither is CeeDee Lamb. You could tag him and extend Dak, and it's only going to cost you about $30 because we would do it properly with this deal, and you don't have the dead cap gets pushed off in the future still. And you have the third most players under contract next year with no rollover right now. Not including Gallup off your books and saving you money. They're just lying about it. Or they are delusional. And that's what bothers me. This team either thinks we're dumb enough to know how the cap works, or thinks that I got to respond to Chase. He just said kickers are people on Twitter. Or they just don't care. And they don't know how it works. I think it's that they think that they can get away with it. And that really bothers me. Mark. JJ, the guy that brags about his girl's chest. She's flat-chested but thinks she's Dolly Parton. I hate to say it. I'd rather lose to see JJ crying. Make me owner. 10 years, I guarantee a title. 10 years, guarantee it. If not, I will sell the team. David Pope, trade for Algier or Mostert. Mostert's definitely not going to get moved. He is still their running back one. Algier, I doubt it because he's cheap and good, but I'd call. Cuts Chubb, Kamara. The Browns won't cut Chubb, and if they do, you probably don't want, because that means he's not going to be healthy. By the way, under the radar, Alvin Kamara may be washed. But if cuts and cheap deal, then sure. Might not fix your ground game, but you could pair Kamara with like a Braylon Allen. That intrigues me. Now we've got 2 social media outlets for you guys to follow as well. Twitter, @WhatGoingDowney. 30K is the not too distant goal for that standpoint there. People like that. That's sweet. The Cowboys Report Instagram is also available. Cowboys Report IG. We'll put those links in both the comment section. I think they're in the description as well, but they'll both be in there too, Twitter and Instagram. 500 followers is the next benchmark here for the Cowboys Report on Instagram. Our shorts go up there too, where it's sometimes easier to find them if you follow it, as opposed to like the YouTube feed, which you don't always see everything. And we'll do some photos and stuff there as well of the Cowboys Report Instagram. So go follow that, @WhatGoingDowney on Twitter, at Cowboys Report IG for Instagram, if you're on those platforms, of course. Marcus Arnold, DJ Reader to replace Hankins. I would love it. I doubt the Cowboys will spend it. Now, he's going to take a visit to the Lions. They'll do some medical checks there. If the medicals check out, I think he gets paid pretty good. I think he gets paid a pretty good amount of money. More than what Dallas would be willing to do for them. So it's a good idea. I'd love to get DJ Reader. Reader can mentor Mozzie Smith, help him out. He can get some pocket push in the passing game. Reader, Osa. Pair him with Mozzie and draft somebody and see if Chauncey Golston can be a full-time DT, or maybe he's a D end, whatever. Like, that's that's really impactful of improving your defensive line. That is a route I would go. And they won't spend like that, which is really frustrating to me. And I know to everyone watching too, I feel the exact same way you guys do right now. It's just not good enough. Just not good enough. By the way, no, Tyron Smith has not signed with Jacksonville. Now, maybe he signs soon somewhere, but he has not signed with Jacksonville. Beyond DJ Reader, some other defensive tackle options who remained unsigned as we are now half-ish hour away from the start of NFL free agency. Calais Campbell's out there. DJ Reader's out there. Sheldon Rankins is out there. Armon Watts is not a sexy name, but you have a connection with Mike Zimmer. I think it could be a number 3, maybe 4 defensive tackle rotation piece for you, and it's something that can help stop him. He's a good run stopper. Trying to find those guys. Just screams Cowboys move. Although they have to do something at some point first, by the way. Carolina Wild Boy is our next super chat, by the way. Then we'll get back to Mark. Time for the hashtag boycott the boys. Jordan's could care less about the fan base. You guys can. Sure, go for it. I'm not going to stop you. It's not going to do anything. They're too big to fail. Like, this isn't like, a Carolina Panthers fan base freaking out or a Jags fan base bullying them into doing something. There's just too many. Too many casual fans that would just, still tune in, that don't pay attention like the same way that we do. And that's fine. Every fan base has them. But the Cowboys have a lot more. For Mark, I don't blame Pollard. He produced every year. Stats show this. Coach Chubbs hires new coaches and specializes in the run scheme, and we regress. Also, O-line injuries. I agree, too. Your O-line scheme, I thought it was terrible this past year. That inside, but I call it tight zone because there was no space, no room to run, asking your running backs to just run over players and no space to operate, it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. It's not a good scheme. It was a bad scheme, and it showed. Remember when they did that Niners toss play thing, where they toss it and run up the middle? That play worked for Dallas. For 2 weeks they did it, and then never went back to it. Why? Really weird. The O-line did not play very well either. Injury's a factor, but you missed Terrence Steele's run blocking ability. I thought Tyron was only okay as a run blocker. I thought your center did not play very well. And that's why I'm not upset that Biotish left. I don't think that went great for them. Elmatic7, I hate these chumps, can't be fired. That's an issue. A little bit of desperation is a good thing. A little bit of urgency to try to maximize your windows as you see them over the, as long as you have a top 10 quarterback, you're kind of always in a window. The window might widen and close a little bit throughout, but the window's always open to an extent. You can maximize it better and take some of those dead cap hits and big money deals later when you don't have that window. The Saints almost played this properly, and the Rams did play it properly. The Saints were like, you know what? We lost Drew Brees. They were aggressive in that window. They were successful, but not quite successful enough. And they should have said, okay, now we take our medicine. Instead they went, let's go get Drew Brees. Top 15 quarterback-ish. It was not a good move, and now they're kind of struggling to maintain actual mediocrity. They should have rebuilt. I am okay rebuilding at some point, whether it's next year, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever. I am okay rebuilding if it gives me better chances to win while my window is open and I have that top 10 quarterback. The Cowboys aren't doing that because they are scared of having to rebuild. They don't want to. But if they don't start making decisions here soon, that decision might be made for them. And that's going to be tough because then you're going to be delaying your rebuild in a year or a year or two beyond that. From Mark, did Skeletor re-sign Hankins? He leaves, we are doomed. Hankins remains unsigned. He'll be pretty cheap. So I'm frankly not that worried about when Hankins resigns. I think it, to an extent, I wonder if this would be kind of Dallas versus, not playing. Maybe that's the case. I don't know if he wants to move again. He's from Dallas area. You can work out a deal that's fair for him. There are other fatties you can go get on free agency if you lose him to be okay with. But a couple of them are gone already, like Ashawn Robinson. I had interest in there. So I'm not panicking on that front yet. But it'd be nice to just do something, do a move. I don't know. By the way, Judge has dismissed the defamation suit against Jerry Jones from his baby daddy case. So we'll see if 105.3 interviews the plaintiff there. That's several things going on for Jerry. Allegedly. All right, PrizePicks.com. And go there, use promo code CLNS for a first deposit match. PrizePicks is daily fantasy made easy. 2 to 6 player stat projections, more than, less than on those stat projections. NFL season prize picks are now available. NBA, of course, available. March Madness. I'm going to do the pool, but the bracket, but you got some stuff there too. PGA Tour is available. More than or less than on those 2 to 6 player stat projections. Come out on top. Always do the flex play. You are more likely to hit the flex play because you can get one wrong. This is my prize picks for the Thursday round at the Players' Championship. This has changed, by the way. Scotty Scheffler is now 5 on the more than, less than on birdies. I got him at 4.5. Easy money, I think. Less than Matthew Fitzpatrick, he's not played very well. More than Shane Lowry, 4 birdies. And more than Justin Thomas, 4.5 birdies. What about Jordan Spieth there, too? He is a wild player, the Dallas boy. But, he gets birdies and bogeys. So you're just going birdies, you're fine there. Flex play. I can get one wrong and still come out on top. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. Links in the comment section and the description of today's show. That's prizepicks.com/CLNS. Get to Mark Super Chat. Miguel A. is into our Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. Miguel A. So we are looking for one more entry at minimum to run the Venmo raffle at the end of today's live stream, which if the Cowboys don't do something like more like 4:30 today, we shall see on that front. $10 to enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downey, because we've been live for 3 hours here and we're still waiting on more news to come. We'll see. From Mark, Chubbs can't scheme versus better teams. His new run scheme sucked. Most penalized team, yet JJ keeps him as a head coach for Belichick. I am speechless, Tom. A-hole. You could have gotten Ben Johnson. Could have done something. I think we know what McCarthy is. He's an average-ish head coach. Doesn't do anything, By the way, I was wrong on James Conner, not a free agent. So we'll see on that. The list I was operating on had him as a free agent. I should have checked it. It was my fault. So my bad there. Zeke is not a Patriot, by the way. He is not re-signed. So he is a free agent. Jane's saying the Cowboys have not reached out. It's fine. I think you've kind of run that race. Let him come back and retire as a Cowboy. I'm fully on board with that one. What's up, Chris?
Sam just messaged me and said, we've got a request from the friendly folks over here on Maine with a wellness check for Tom.
And I've been down this road before. I know how to handle it. Expected but disappointing still, I've been down this road. I know how it goes. They don't do shit. I saw the tweet last night. Our expectations were low, but holy fuck. how this team operates. Expectations are low. It's just dumb, man. It's just dumb. It's not fun. It's how it goes. It's not an enjoyable thing. Man, I'm not behind. Zeke is not signed. I think I saw a headline of not the most, clear phrasing of like Zeke to the Patriots ? He is not signed. So no James Conner's a free agent either. Ethan, Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, Joey Bosa news. Bosa, Allen under contract still for now. And Mike Williams got cut. Curious where he goes. Probably out of the Cowboys price range still. So, Mark, I don't know if I can read that one off there. Doesn't think Jerry's going to do something. Mark's, I will do this before this, or I will do this for this, get more and more unhinged as he gets more upset. And I don't blame you at all. From Smith, trade Gallup with picks for Higgins or Diggs, sign Dillon and Zeke, let's help Dak a little bit, draft O-line and defense. I don't know if that ground game helps you, by the way. There is just no explosive plays there. That backfield's going to get you 3 to 4 yards a carry on pretty much every carry. And there's no explosive plays. I'll say this part too. Miles Gallup does not have trade value. If you trade Gallup, you will be lucky to get a 7th-round pick back. It might be a pick swap, frankly. You're not going to get much back there. So you can throw him in too, but you're still moving your 1st-round pick for Higgins or Diggs. I don't think those teams are going to take him for less. Stephon Diggs' contract is not tradable for the Bills. They eat a big dead cap hit. For a team that's trying to win games still, it's just not how they're going to operate. The Bengals will listen on Higgins. They will, but they have to be blown away. And a 2nd and Gallup does not do anything for you. I don't think there's much interest, if any interest, for Michael Gallup. I expect he gets cut in a couple of days. I'd be surprised if he didn't get cut. Draft O-line and defense, let's do it. I'm in. But I still have too many needs than I have picks right now until they do something. With free agency to begin in 20 minutes here. Legal free agency. For every 250 likes on today's show, I will do a beer cheers. We're at 597. So we are not that far away from another one. We're about 150 on the like side. Do it. Get there right now. That means there are at least about 300 people who haven't liked today's video. Wow, they get Brian super chats here. It's funny. I'm sorry, Tom. I don't mean to be a dick. It's okay. It's funny, I guess, in the end. We're all just upset. It's a safe space to vent. Brian says, I will do Mark's procedure before Jerry Jones does something. Hey, if we get another $10 on Venmo here, I'll accept Joey's. There we go. Okay, we got a couple in here. Here we go. Now we're talking. We will once again have a chance to raffle off more via Venmo than the Cowboys have paid outside free agents. 2 days in a row. Put Josh H. into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. And put Rex M into the Venmo 50-50 raffle, which as of right now, the take-home would be $25 with the chance for more, $10 Venmo for the 50-50 raffle. An hour-ish, somewhere in that ballpark. We'll see if anything else happens here. I do want to go to Mark's other super chat, by the way. His what defensive ends and linebackers and centers are left that can be upgrades for us. Let's run through those position groups. The edge, linebackers, and centers. Some names that I had put together before free agency who I was hopeful or thought could maybe be in the Cowboys' price range, that maybe weren't necessarily the highest paid guys that were, some of them were in that list here. Defensive ends. DJ Wanham's a free agent, knows Mike Zimmer, is going to be way cheaper than Danielle Hunter went for, but might be too expensive there. Mike Dana's an under-the-radar player, can do some run-stopping stuff for you. Yannick Ngakoue and Emmanuel Ogbah have had success in previous stops, and they could be like the Dante Fowler of like 1 year, maybe get him for $3 or $4 million. We'll see. Carl Lawson is a buy low free agent option. They loved Caleb Von Chase coming out of that draft. They almost made him the pick over CeeDee Lamb. Would it surprise anyone if they took a gamble on him? He hasn't been very good. Thank God they didn't take CeeDee Lamb over him. What a disaster that would have been. We would have never lived that one down. But he's out there. Linebacker. This group is thinned up. It's Tyrell Dodson, who I actually wouldn't mind that one at all. He was good for the Bills this year. Solid player. Didn't play a ton, but I like it. Bobby Wagner is out there. He might make more sense now than he did previously. Jerome Baker's a free agent. Other linebackers are Zach Cunningham. Devondre Campbell struggled in Green Bay. Denzel Perryman can be your thumper if that's all you want is that bigger, boxy linebacker. It's fine, I suppose. Anyway, center. Two names really stand out because like Evan Brown and Bradley Bozeman, are they better than Brock Hoffman? I don't know. Connor Williams. He was really good last year for the Dolphins before he got hurt and was playing pretty well in his first season too. I think the injury there is a pretty big red flag, torn ACL, which I think will scare people, and it should scare people, but it does give them a chance to put him in the price range that team wants to operate in, apparently. Coleman Shelton is maybe better, maybe. But I think the rest of these guys are kind of in that Brock Hoffman tier. So at that point, do you need to? Like, I think Hoffman is they like Hoffman a lot, I think, and that's fine because I think he might have been the starter if Zach Martin had actually held out into week 1. But that does not. Is that getting better than Biotish? Maybe. It's cheaper, but I don't know about truly better. So maybe that helps, Mark. It's not a great list. Not a great list. Mark says, amen to Brother Brian. He feels my pain. This is bad. The Cowboys can't sit up there and say how unacceptable the playoff results were and then do nothing. Do nothing for several days. From Smith, Dillon Zeke is the only realistic thing from them. Sad face. I think drafting I could draft plan was realistic. I also wouldn't want Dillon and Zeke. Like, power back and somebody faster. Because two guys that fill the same role is kind of repetitive. Like, you could do Dowdle and Dobbins, Dillon and Dobbins, Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Dillon, something along those lines. It's not impressive, but it's cheap. It's cheap. 15 minutes to go until the legal start of NFL free agency. So what are the Cowboys working on? Wrong answers only. The right answer apparently was AJ Dillon, which is just unbelievably stupid. And the fact that this team's like, yes, AJ Dillon, that's who we're interested in. That's your plan? Really? That's your plan? I don't get that one. I really don't get that one at all. Just embarrassing. Let's see. Jordan Schultz reporting it's a Jags-Patriots battle for Calvin Ridley. Again, there had been the report from the guy, the dropping dimes version for the NFL. It said there was an unnamed AFC South team that was getting in there. So I think that one might move pretty quickly once the 4 p.m. deadline hits. We'll get some shout-outs here for wrong answers. We're also less than 100 likes away from another beer cheers, and I would like to drink. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I would like to drink right now. Rocky, what's the hit if we cut Dak? I believe it's $60 million. Let me double-check that here. You cut Dak right now, you lose $2.4 million in cap space. You could post June 1st him. Although he's got I guess something guaranteed coming up here. He's got a roster bonus due in 5 days. So he'd probably have to make that decision soon. You could post June 1st him and save 34, but then you're also eating the same number you already owe him. So it's cheaper to have him in terms of what you're actually paying. It's cheaper to have him on the team for one more year. Otherwise, you don't actually save anything. So, the yacht, Calvin Ridley. Brett says they're trolling us. This is a franchise reset 100%. They're doing a bad job of making it a franchise reset then. Like, this is not how you go about doing a reset. You start shipping off assets. You say, Zach Martin, we love you. You are a Hall of Famer. We will always love you as a Cowboy. Let's send you to a team that can win you a championship. You say, Tank Lawrence, you're still a great football player. Let's send you somewhere where you can win games. You know, anyone who's not going to be on your team 3 years from now, you say they are up for sale. We'll take whatever. We're just resetting. That's how you do a reset and a rebuild. This is like we don't want to make decisions, and will eventually screw us too. That's what bothers me. So what are they working on? Wrong answers. Trading for Jerry Bosa, Calvin Ridley. They're watching the Cowboys Report. Vladimir Putin, Earl Thomas, Amari Cooper, LeBron, Nick Saban, Joe Biden again. Fanul says, allegedly, Jared, another kid out of wedlock. Luka Doncic to play quarterback. He dropped some dimes. Signing cheerleaders. Chase says, my mom. Damn, dog. Taco, Mike Allstott, Bobby Wagner, Devin Street, Cat Williams, Jake Paul. This is some bullshit. That is the right answer, I think. The Undertaker signing a fridge. Chase is really spamming his mom. It's kind of weird, man. Soldier Boy. Tad's being quiet. Michael Strahan. Cutting Rowdy. Mark says Ron Jeremy. I thought he got canceled. Giving Brian Anger a max contract. Clint Stoner. See, that's what I'm worried about. I don't want to go back to the Clint Stoner era. That's my trauma. Jeff Swaim, Reuben Foster, The Rock, taking a nap, Shady McCoy, Zeke at center, Mike Singletary, the next paternity case. These are all hilarious. Johnny Football, Hulk Hogan, Blake Jarwin, Bobby Fischer, the dude from Cheers, Stone Cold Steve Austin at center, trading Micah Parsons to move in the draft and draft a backup tight end, Jeff Swaim, Roman Waynes, Michael Scott, Shohei Ohtani, Paxton Lynch, Ryan Nall, there it is. That's funny. You're going to sign Obama, the dude perfect guys, Thad Castle. You see they're going to bring that back somehow? I mean, they've done like 5 things, but I'm pretty sure I read they were doing a reboot here. Let me see if I can Google that. Hold on here.
The movie was so bad.
I honestly didn't even watch it. I knew it was going to be bad.
I hated the movie. Alex Moran's getting in there.
Yeah. Blue Mountain State sequel series with Alan Ritchson being with Thad Castle being shopped.
No way.
So I have my pitch, by the way. Thad Castle gets a COVID year at age 35 and goes back to school. That's the pitch.
That's great.
It's perfect, isn't it? Because he went pro and then came back because they realized how funny Thad Castle was. Let's just make this work, and they'd swap out quarterbacks every single time. That's what I would do. Thad Castle gets his COVID year and comes back to school for one more season at age 35 after winning a Super Bowl. Because otherwise, it's Thad Castle as coach, and that does not work. That's such a bad storyline. Bobby Boucher for linebacker. Nathan Peterman, $70 million. Jim Brown, Krangus McBasketball. Bringing Coach Marty Daniels on the Cowboys staff. There we go. Sticking with the theme there. Marion Barber. May he rest in peace. Arch Manning. Oh, he opted out. It was very lame, by the way. Very lame.
The Krangus Miss Basketball is funny. That's a low-key Impractical Jokers joke.
Yeah, that's a good one. Me at linebacker. Goku. The Kool-Aid Man. Jimmy Johnson, LOL. Snacks Harrison. Naming Charlotte the GM. Working on their next paternity case. Larry Allen, Nate Newton, and Mark Stepnoski. Going to get a quesadilla for cheap.
Ryan Garcia went crazy on Twitter last week.
I don't know.
He's a boxer.
UFC? Oh, boxer?
Yeah, he's a young boxer. He's like 25 years old. He went like crazy on Twitter.
Yeah, man. They all go crazy.
Like Chandler Jones crazy.
Yeah, they all go crazy because they get their shit rocked every single day. They just get punched in the head over and over again. Yeah. That's not good for them.
It's talking about
like they're all going to go insane. I feel terrible for boxers. Speaking of getting a CTE test. Rocky Balboa at linebacker. How about I get Terry Tate office linebacker? It's clone Sean Lee again. Trading a first for Justin Fields. Yes, there is a player named Cloyd McKinstry. He's actually good. Now the injuries might drop net around 2, but I would like him. Josh Giddey is the scouting manager. Quarterback John Stephen Jones. I remember people were convinced that John Stephen Jones was going to be the Cowboys' long-term quarterback plan. That they wanted him to be the guy. He was never good enough. He went to Arkansas because his daddy paid for it. That's why, which is fine. And then he was there for like a year and then was like, I'm done playing football. For Mark, I dated Connor's wife when he lived in Hawaii. Very nice gal. She said Dallas this guy bad and they were glad to leave Dallas. I'd be shocked if he came back. We shall see on that front. I do know that there are a lot of people who are like, you know what, it's easier away from the Cowboys. That's not new. But, you know what, when the money's the same, go back home, maybe it could happen. From Justin, how effed are we looking going into the season? You will eventually make some moves. I know it doesn't feel like that. You will eventually make moves. You literally have to. You don't have enough rosters. You don't have the roster spots, but you have to do something. But we're not going to feel better about it than what we did this time last year. We're going to feel worse about it. And we know it wasn't good enough last year. So, playoff team, I think you can do it. I think you will do it, barring disasters and injuries or something. But making a real run, I have no faith. This team needed change for the better. And their change has been, we'll just let guys leave and do nothing else at the early stage where you can actually get upgrades. So what's the point? From Felix, a first-time super chat. 2 claps for Felix. Cheers to you, my friend. Bottoms up. Hey, Tom, you do a great job. I watch every Super Chat Sports. F the Jones, boys. Many greetings to Munich and Germany. Thank you, Felix. I appreciate that. I love when we get some international audience in there. Makes it fun for me. Thank you, Felix. I appreciate that. Cheers to you, my friend. Mark, we're going to re-sign Romo and Earl Thomas. It's obvious, Tom. What a career arc for Earl Thomas. When he got the script, he must have lost his mind. I got to do what with who? Well, he must have lost it. Obviously kidding there, just like Mark's super chat is. Also from Mark, Tom, this is so bad. I feel bad you have to endure this. First 3 were great. Oh, wait, these are 2 of them. Sorry, I kind of merged my lines there. What do you wish or what does you or your wife want from Hawaii? I'll send you a care package. I'm dying. I'll ask her, and I'll shoot you an email, Mark, and I'll figure it out from there. I appreciate that, though. It's not fun right now. I just want something. Give me something.
Could you send a free agent?
Yeah, can you send me a free agent? Mark, I will be gentle, Tom. Cowboys like Star Wars saga. The first 3 were great. Dallas early years. And as you go on, the years get worse and worse. I'm going to power rank my Star Wars movies. All right, ready for this? This, of course, will be controversial.
What
Um,
order are you going in? Are you going in order that they came out or chronological as in storyline?
I'm gonna go with the episode in terms of ranking them. So 4 is a New Hope.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm gonna rank them in terms of goodness.
Okay.
I'm gonna ignore Rogue One in this stuff, although Rogue One was very good. All right, so number 1, Empire Strikes Back. Strikes Back, elite movie. Number 2 is A New Hope. I did enjoy A New Hope a lot. Closely behind that there is Return of the Jedi. I didn't love the Ewok stuff as I got older, but no, it's fine. It's fine. Number 4, and this is the controversial one that people don't like. The Last Jedi was 4. I actually really liked that movie.
I like that one too.
I liked it.
Out of all the Disney ones, it's the best one, I think.
I enjoyed it. I know people didn't like the way they handled Luke. I maintain they handled Luke the way that Luke had been handled previously. He is not actually perfect. There were mistakes in there. The Mary Poppins scene was ridiculous of Leia floating through space. Didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it was ridiculous too.
But they actually did something in that movie that wasn't just a rehash of A New Hope. So I know not everyone likes Rise of Skywalker or of Last Jedi. I get that. Number 5 for me is Revenge of the Sith. That one was actually enjoyable. I didn't mind that one. It's a lot better than the original prequels. I kind of grouped Revenge of the Sith and Last Jedi near each other in terms of my rankings there. So now I'm down to 6. 6, I'm gonna tier these. I'm gonna tier 6 and 7 together here. Phantom Menace and The Force Awakens. They weren't that great. There were moments of both I liked. I thought in general the prequels had way better world building, but they didn't have great planning and they just lacked the dialogue in particular. The sequels didn't have the world building or the plan, which is a huge issue for them. But I thought at times the plot was a little bit more coherent there. I'm gonna go Clone Wars 8. I don't care for Clone Wars.
I liked the Clone Wars.
There's not enough happening for me.
Not enough happening.
It really drags in the middle. The whole Leia or the Padme Anakin romance just does not hit for me. It doesn't hit.
It builds everything, man. That's why he turns into, spoiler alert, Darth Vader.
By the way, I really want to see the Tobey Maguire cut, where it's like they cut them all together for the first 3 and merged them down. I think 1 and 2 should have been merged because the Clone Wars is the Clone Wars, and the clones don't show up to fight until the last act.
There's 15 years in between though.
You should have merged 1 and 2, played it differently, and taken a lot. I love the Clone Wars animated series. Made some of the Clone Wars animated series more of a full-on movie. That's what I would have done. Dead last is Rise of Skywalker. Horrible movie. I hated it. After the 5th Vega death, I'm like, I'm out. This is terrible plot. All right, back to Mark here. I appreciate that. We've got Protect the Sun 1 coming in, as we are now at the start of NFL free agency. We'll see what moves we get here. I'm sure you'll get some team announcements. We'll update you those as they come in here. Who are we going to fight? Our free agent signings versus the spoon from the Matrix? It's a trick question because neither exist. There is no spoon, and there are no street free agent signings. So, trick question, nobody wins. Lone Wolf says Revenge of the Sith over all of the others. How could you speak of this blasphemy about the Last Jedi not being at the bottom? Because it was actually good. Like I actually genuinely enjoyed that movie. And I wish they had followed through. I did read the leaked script for 9. It needed polishing and adjustments there, make no mistake about it. 9's script that the original was going to be so much better. They're going to follow up on Luke implying he's going to sit out there and troll Kylo Ren, and Kylo Ren's going to be the villain and not turn back into Ben Solo and have one word of dialogue afterward in which he says, ow. That is the only bit of dialogue you get from Ben Solo in the entire 3 movies. He says, ow, one time. And by the way, Adam Driver nailed being Ben Solo still. He nailed it with his body language. That little bow thing he does, that's so Han. He nailed it. And we were deprived of it. And he was great as the villain, too. 9 was a disaster. If you want to bop down Last Jedi some, that's fine with the Revenge of the Sith. Sure, that's fine, too. They're not as good as the original trilogy. But Episode 9 was dog shit. That is legitimately like one of the worst movies I've seen. It was terrible. The plot was nonsense. They just changed everything for the sake of changing it. I hated it. Welcome to Cowboys Free Agency, where there's a thing to talk about. We're talking about Star Wars. Marcus Arnold, Clone Wars only makes sense after you watch the animated series, which I enjoyed the animated series a lot. And I've also enjoyed The Mandalorian. Olivia likes The Mandalorian too. So I'm excited to see.
Great.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how the new one plays out.
Show was great too.
I thought,
or not Han Solo, Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan.
I liked Obi-Wan.
I was okay with that one. Rogue One was really good. Although Rogue One was good, I think the ending scene kind of like carried over everything else and made it hyped up a bit more there. 4 p.m. is here. We should get some actual official signings in the not too distant future, so stay tuned for that. Maybe the Cowboys have one. But today's show is made possible by PrizePicks, and we will stop the Star Wars talk as well. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. It's daily fantasy made easy. You could have picked Cowboys free agency signings. Not actually a thing, but it's funnier this way. Cowboys free agency signings would have been 2.5, and the less than would have hit very, very easily. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. There are NFL season-long prize picks, NBA, UFC, college basketball, and MLB season-long prize picks as well. Adolis Garcia, more than 32.5 home runs. Trey Turner, more than 27.5 stolen bases. And Juan Soto, more than 35.5 home runs. So go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for that first deposit match up to $100. That link will be in the comment section and the description of today's show. PrizePicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS. What about Cowboys Free Agency Awakens? Oh, canceled. It's a good one, Ecuador, man. I like that line. Yeah, Cowboys Free Agency truly are, episode 9 of Star Wars right now. Not fun. Or it's the final season of Game of Thrones, which sucked.
I loved it.
You are so wrong, Chris.
I loved it. I'm the only one that loves it, and I loved it.
Terrible.
Everything about it.
Terrible. So I was not in on the Game of Thrones like at the beginning. A couple friends and I, or 2 friends and I and my wife, we binged all of them together, like leading up to the final season. Was on my honeymoon. Was the final episode, and I went, we really wasted our time doing this. Spoiler alert, you really liked Cripple Boy as the new king?
He's the best option.
No. Anyone but him.
No, he's the best option.
He was gone for an entire season.
He's the smartest person.
He said he didn't want it and then said, actually, I'll take it.
Well,
yeah, but
the
argument of he has the best story is not true.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying he is the best person for the job.
So he can see into the future?
He can see, well, he can't see the future. He can see all of the past.
Okay.
And current. So he knows what's going on across the realm.
The structure of he has the best story, not true.
No, Jon Snow's got the best story.
Yeah, Jon Snow. I am convinced that anyway, the books will never happen. All right, who are we sending the energy for in free agency? Do something.
We're getting loopy out here.
Let's do something. Send the energy for who out there. We have a new move. Brett Rippon to the Bears on a 1-year deal. So that's interesting. So he's the QB 2/3 with Tyson Bagent and whatever starter they have there. My guy who's been leaking the stuff from the NFL says an unknown division rival has made a $90 million offer for Calvin Ridley. I think that's over 4 years, by the way.
I'd hope so.
Can't wait to see what happens there. Who do you want? Darth Maul on defense. Honestly, I've created a monster. Chase Young. You know what? Sure. Eric Armstead. Bobby Wagner. Anyone. I'm down with Justin Simmons. DJ Reader. I'd love that one too. Can we at least sign our own guys? Curtis Samuel. And now we're once again doing the fake names in there. Superman, Lizzo, Darth Maul. We are all unhinged because the Cowboys just won't do literally anything in free agency.
Lizzo for center.
Say what?
I said Lizzo for center.
Nose guard. Jose Ruiz. Fantasy GM Tom. If you could trade for any 3 players to fill in vacancies, who would you trade for and what would you give up? Okay, I'm going to call the Bengals about Daxton Hill. And I'm going to see what they want for him or Mike Hilton to be my corner, my nickel corner. See what their asking price is, plug in that guy there. Hilton's more expensive, but probably trade cost is cheaper. You know, maybe I got to give up my 3rd for Hill. That's a first-round pick. I think it's better as a nickel corner. Fill that need. I'm not going to get an offensive lineman. I'd love to. I'm going to call the Bears about Khalil Herbert. And how about a 5th-round pick for him? And I'm going to fill my number 1 running back role. And then I'm going to work the phones for insert defensive tackle here for a 6th or a 7th-round pick. It's going to be my goal. That'd be my goal in the end. Which is not great, but I am limited with where we are at already. Thank you, Jose, for that super chat. Next up on the super chat side is Cam Hauser, says Jon Snow over Brand for King. They did my boy Jon Snow very dirty. Also, I hate the fact that the way that they made Danny's Descent into Madness play out. They did not do a good job of that. Literally, the whole problem with her is that John wouldn't bang her. That is all that he had to do, and none of this would have happened. And that is not how she operates as a character at any point before that.
Well, the thing is,
she's much more mentally tough than that.
All of her best advisors
are
just
dead.
died.
Yes.
So she snapped.
She had it under control still. The descent was too quick and not well portrayed. I'm fine with her losing her mind. But if John had just banged her, none of this would have happened. I know that she's his aunt or whatever.
Well, I think
we are in that universe. We are way beyond it.
He did once.
Yes, he
did.
And
I think that's the big thing. He did once and then wouldn't do it again.
Yes.
She was caught.
Okay. Mark, this is like waiting in the dentist chair to see if you have cavities. For the record, Tom, I could have used another medical reference. I'm trying to behave. I don't mind that one. You're stuck there, boring, doing nothing. A lot of announcements being made here. Nothing new beyond what has already been reported. So beyond the Brett Rippon one. We don't wipe these 304s. Dan says we might get Bobby Wagner. I mean, he's available. He's one of the only options left. So if you're going to get a linebacker, your options are thin and thinner as the days go on. For Mark, this is our team. Like the draft, we get studs followed with duds. We get rid of so many players like Armstrong, which is great, but we have no plan. Dumb. I agree. Like in a bubble, I wouldn't have paid Dorrance Armstrong. I wouldn't have paid Tyler Biadasz. I probably wouldn't have done the Tony Pollard deal even. I wouldn't have paid. We'll see what Dante Fowler got, but he'll probably be like 1 year 5 or something. Like I wouldn't. Those individual moves are fine. It's the entire picture is like you haven't done anything. How are you going to get better? I get that they want to win the deal so bad. That's not how this works, man. If you only want to win the deal, you have to draft flawlessly. And they draft pretty well, but they don't draft flawlessly, especially in round 2. So they have got to do more than just trying to build to the draft. It's not good enough. It's not good enough from that perspective. Zach, let's look at help get Mozzie back up to his proper size. Didn't she get canceled for trying to fat shame her backup dancers or something? So that's what my wife told me. Which, like, that's not, you can't do that. You can't be Miss Body Positive and then do that. That's not how this works. Mark, Lizzo, and Oprah as starting defensive tackles upgrade from Mozzie. Let's put Mozzie at Golden Corral every weekend and get this shit fixed. How about that? Problem solved. Douglas Shepard. Think we might secretly be tanking. Martin, Lawrence, and Dak up in 2024. So is CeeDee Lamb's contract, by the way. And if that is your plan, why are you waiting? Because, like, your team, even with all this crappy lack of movement so far, you're still going to be about a 10-win team if you do nothing else of note. So that's not a good tanking plan. Like, if you want to tank, move on from those guys now and bottom out this upcoming year and get the early draft pick. And if a quarterback emerges, great, take him. If not, wait another year. You know what I don't want to have happen is you try to win, you just run it back with all those guys, Dak and Lawrence and Martin, and then next year you decide, okay, let's start this rebuild, or worse, Dak says, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm out. You guys don't respect me. You guys have not offered me the contract I want. I'm going to go to the free agency market. I'm going to get paid. And he goes down that route, and he goes to the Broncos or something, and goes to win there or whatever. And then you're stuck holding the bag of big dead cap hit. You lose 2 of your other best players because Zach, Martin, Tank, Lawrence might go, I'm going to retire in Martin's case, or Tank might go play somewhere else. But now they don't fit your new timeline anyway. And you're not competitive to win now, and you're not in a position to start your rebuild properly because you don't have that early round pick. So you're starting your rebuild a year later for the upside of being the exact same team you were last year. Maybe you go around further in the postseason. And now your new head coaching search doesn't have a franchise quarterback. Now you're not getting a top name. Because I'll tell you what, guys like Ben Johnson, others, they would much rather come here if Dak was under contract than if it is a starting fresh. That's why you see those guys turning down jobs. Because they don't want to go somewhere with a lack of job security. The OC spot is a decent spot to be in, and for a year or two extra long. Most of these guys get one chance at being a head coach. They don't want to do it to a spot that is going to sit a year with no quarterback. Happened to Arthur Smith. They messed up. They had to go without a quarterback. Didn't end well for him. It's a bad plan either way you slice it. It's a bad plan. From Magor, did you see the Cowboys free agency ideas on? See if Chris gets it. Okay. He got it. You can't get me like that, Magor. I invented that game. You can't catch me. You can't catch me slipping like that. You can catch the Cowboys slipping. It is 15 minutes into the start of NFL free agency, and they have simply done nothing. So we will go until 4:30 Eastern today. Because I don't have enough. I don't have anything. I got nothing out there right now. You know, as AJ Dillon was linked, that was about it. We'll stay live for 15 more minutes. The Supers are coming in too. We will do the, I believe, I got to double check. I'm pretty sure it's his nephew, by the way. Brett Rippon is Mark's nephew, I think. We will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Right now, take home's $25. Last call on that one. Also of note, the Dolphins cut Howard with a failed physical designation. Noteworthy for his market out there. Last call on the Venmos, or one of the last calls, the Venmo 50-50 raffles. At what going down, $10 to get in on that front. As the Cowboys are into day 3 of NFL free agency, and all we have are rumors of AJ Dillon. And the Niners have now officially released Eric Armstead. So he is now officially a free agent. Other moves that have happened here. Adam Prentice is, I don't even know who that is. Who the hell is that? Who's Adam Prentice? Is that a fullback or is that another long snapper? It's a fullback. I should have known it was a fullback. I should have trusted my gut. I'll drink to it. Why not? David Pope. How about Dak to Washington for them to pick and Drake May? If you have no intent of paying Dak, you should do that. I think the reason why you don't see teams trade those top picks for a veteran quarterback is it's a little bit of like a weird mindset. It could be anything. It could be a boat. Matters for those franchises. Like there's a probably better than 50% chance that Drake May never becomes as good as Dak Prescott does. But there's also a chance he's better than Dak Prescott is. And he's cheap. And I think at times we undervalue the positive groundswell of belief and support and fandom that comes when you draft that top 5 quarterback. That this is our guy. This is the franchise savior. Doesn't always come when you trade for somebody. So if you weren't going to pay Dak, yeah, do it. I think from the Commanders' angle, they've spent so long trying to find that next young franchise quarterback, they probably wouldn't do it. And I think from a money perspective too, it's not the Cowboys also, they probably wouldn't do it because it's not how they're built, but you can make a good argument for it too. Uncle Shay's burner. Why do I feel like 2 years, $60 million for Derrick Henry was very possible? We just turned him away. Took a very cheap ask for Henry. This was third contract Derrick Henry. And I think that did drive down his market. And I think that, that's why there was not as much interest in Derrick Henry. I think the Cowboys would have gone to 5 or 6 for him. He got 8. If you were trying to win games, could have done Zach Moss for 4, Derrick Henry for 8. I think you need to fix your offensive line still. Make no mistake about it. Like I don't want to be a big spender at the running back position. But at a certain point, the running back market also kind of swings in your favor to where you're not paying that much for good players. Like it kind of like balances back out a little bit. It swings, it overcorrects the course, so to speak. From Emmanuel Key, it pisses me off to hear people blame Dak when this has been the status quo for about 20 or so years. So before Dak, what was the issue? It's Jerry Jones. It's the Jones boys. You're right. I think whether we admit it or not, and I admit it, the difference is I can't change the ownership. I can change the head coach. I can change the quarterback. I can change the running back. I can change the receiver. I can change the OC. I can change the DC. But I can't change ownership. I can try to bully them into doing things the way I want them to do them, but I can't guarantee that. And I think there is some elements of like, well, I can get rid of this guy. Let me get rid of that guy and see if something's different. Like, my biggest issue is this. Who here thinks Mahomes becomes Mahomes if he ends up in Dallas? I kind of don't think that. Probably still be really good. But, does Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy maximize Mahomes in that way? I don't think so. It's frustrating to me. And I can't control ownership. Can't control it. Clinton Bach, sign Xavier Howard. He didn't pass the physical when they cut him, which is kind of a red flag. If you don't bring back one of Gilmore or Lewis, like I think Howard's probably on your list. He's also not the same guy anymore. That's veteran stopgap. You're still open to drafting somebody. That's your path there. If you are mad at the Jones boys, FJB in the comment section. Spam that in there for me right now. FJB. If you don't like the way the Jones boys have done things, as we are now well into actual NFL free agency, the real one, not the official one. Cowboys have done diddly poo. By the way, Trenton H is once again into our Venmo 50-50 raffle. That is now a $30 take home. So get your $10 super chats in here, folks. Last call, Venmo 50-50 raffle. If you want to get involved on that, we'll do that here. We'll probably should we do the Easter Bunny one this time, maybe? Let's do the Easter one. We did the St. Patrick's one yesterday. Let's do the Easter Bunny one today. FJB, if you're mad at the Jones boys. I am. You got to do something. The complete lack of interest here is frustrating. It's even worse than it normally is. You know, I don't think the lack of commitment from your front office is helping much either. But it's not a great spot to be. I'll tell you that much. Not great. So super chats, we'll get to here momentarily. FJB in the comment section as well. We got Mark's latest super chat. Tom, I disagree with you. No doubt we hit God like CeeDee Lamb, 11 others listed duds. 2023 class sucked. Sam, Tolbert, Golston, Wright, Gallimore, etc. It's not that you don't hit on draft picks, all of them. It's that relative to other teams, you do draft pretty well. Like, did the 2023 class, terrible year one. 2022, you got Tyler Smith and Jake Ferguson and DeRon Bland. That's up there with better than most classes. You know, 2021, you got Micah. Osa's been a good pick for you in the third round. Everything else was not very good. 2020 was awesome. It's not that you don't miss on picks. Everybody misses on picks. Like, you can let's look at the Chiefs, for example, right? The Chiefs are, Super Bowl champion team. They win all these titles, etc. The quarterback obviously helps. Chiefs draft picks, right? They got Trent McDuffie and George Karlaftis. They got those right. Sky Moore's been pretty bad for them. Brian Cook's been okay. They found one in Josh Williams. Darian Kennard was a fifth-round pick that failed. They got Nick Bolton and Creed Humphrey right. Joshua Kane's out of the NFL. 2020, they got Snead right. They're going to trade him, though, potentially. Edwards-Helaire was their first-round pick. Mecole Hardman, Kalen Saunders, Breland Speaks, Orion O'Daniel. Everybody misses on picks. So your miss list is right. Hill, McGovern. Connor Williams and Gallup were not misses because those guys started games for you. I would not call those misses for day two picks. Lewis is not a miss. Awuzie is not a miss. Like, if that's the bar for a miss, there's a lot of teams that miss on picks. Like, everybody misses. McGovern, Hill, probably more so. There's a lot of you don't ever bat 100%. But relative to everybody else, you do a pretty good job. Like, you do a good job of drafting. That's not to say you're gonna miss or you're not gonna miss, but it does happen. I put up a list here of entering last year's draft. You can use Pro Football References, weighted approximate value, so it takes everything together. the best drafting teams the last 5 years. Ravens are 1, Colts are 2, Bills are 3. Josh Allen helps there pretty bigly. Niners are 4, Cowboys are 5. You have drafted pretty well relative to other teams. It's that you don't ever bat 1,000 or even close to 1,000, and that is why you cannot only do the draft. Because if this team's going to act like they were scared of the Brandon Cook or the Brandon Carr deal, they should probably not ever draft in the second round either. Because they miss a lot in round 2. They draft pretty well overall, but it's not perfect. So this team can't stay there and go, oh, we're going to build through the draft. Even in a good draft, you're going to get like 60%, you know? It's not great. You have drafted duds in the first 3 rounds. Everyone does. Pick a team. I'll tell you some shitty picks they've made. But it's not great. I'll eat a booger. I will eat a booger. Get it? I think the Jones wants to idea of signing Russ for $1.2 million. Tim Caput for Dak either way. No. Russ is not better than Dak Prescott, so there's no benefit there. Like, Russ is worse than Dak Prescott, pretty clearly, by the way. He ain't the same guy that he was in his prime. And that might have been a situation thing more than anything. So they did not explore Russ, and there would have been no reason to explore Russ either. Clinton Bach into our Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. One last call. We will do that at 4:30 Eastern, to be clear, not Pacific or Central or whatever time it is in Germany right now. 4:30, we will officially do that race. It's up to 35 is the take-home. One player side, the vet minimum. The winner of this 50-50 raffle race will have gotten more from via the Cowboys Report than any outside free agent has. Let that sink in for a second. That sucks. Not a good thing. We are also 20 likes or 30 likes away from a beer cheers. If we get to 750 on the like side, I'll do the rest of this as a beer bong. There's it's only about that much gone. It's pretty light, so it's almost a full beer. Like that video. It is. I'm looking at the details here. 2025 conditional draft pick for Joe Mixon, by the way. So free. Texans didn't like the free agency market and panicked and made a deal for Mixon, or maybe not panicked, but went out and made a deal for Mixon. He gets his money. Everyone's happy. Everyone's happy. Like that video if you just want the Cowboys to do something. It's all I want to do. We're 3 days in, they've done jack. It's just disappointing, man. It really is. 35 now is the take home, by the way. Should we make sure there are 2? Oh, perfect. That guy who's been leaking stuff says Calvin Ridley is going to go with the division rival late entry, which wouldn't be Patriots or Jags. I'd assume Titans or Texans. Wouldn't that be something? We should have 7 in there, right? For the Easter Bunny race here. All right, we will run this here for the $35 Venmo 50-50 raffle here. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh, they are moving here. We got to the likes, so I'll do my beer bong here to wrap up the live show too. Oh, I got grainy there because I looked off screen. Clinton's in the lead. They run kind of weird, right? I think their legs are too long. Miguel, Wyatt, kind of a little 4x3 race here down the stretch. Halfway through, I'm going to pour this beer while we're doing this here. Wyatt Wolf is in first place right now. His other character is in 7th, Purple and Pink Bunny. Josh H. is trying. Second Wyatt Wolf is gaining ground. Can't quite see when they pull a hammy quite as... Ooh, there's a pulled hammy right on cue from first Wyatt Wolf. Josh H. in the lead still. Second Wyatt Wolf trying. Josh H. clinging. 5 to go. Josh H holding on. Oh, Wrexham! Wrexham out of nowhere wins! That looked weird to me, right? I think that looked kind of weird. I don't think we'll do the bunny race again. Someone said the purple rabbit is on crack. So Rex M comes out on top. Cheers to you, my friend. I will do the beer bong here. We'll do last call. Any more supers, thoughts you guys have, put them in. And then we'll go to Marks, and then we'll sign off post beer bong here. 4 hours of Cowboys doing nothing again. Cheers to you guys. Man, that carbonation hits hard. It really does. Hit that sub button. If you haven't already, for more free Cowboys YouTube videos. They'll do something at some point. Just not going to be the thing that we want. From Mark. In my opinion, only if your Dak agrees to a trade or a QB is there who might not be as good as Dak, but would save us huge money to invest elsewhere. So I don't just disagree with this. That's this year, obviously. But even next year you lose that control. You can't tag him. He's a free agent. Why would you ever want to be in that spot with a top 10 quarterback? Unless you want to rebuild. And if you want to rebuild, why aren't you starting it now? That's like the whole crux of my issue here. There's no plan. There's no plan. There's no good plan in place. Appreciate Mark and everyone else who tuned into today's show. I'll give you a couple extra entries there, Mark, for the mini helmet, by the way. Hit that sub button for more free Dallas Cowboys YouTube videos. We will sign off here. When the Cowboys do something, we got you guys covered. We will continue to vent again live tomorrow. Don't miss out. Hit that sub button right now.